Alright, and we are back, folks, with part 2 of Dead Radio Module for 10 Candles game. We're playing between members of my games and members of my Discord and whatnot for Halloween. Last time we left off, your group was making their way through a city caught in endless winter. Thank you, Gray.
You're welcome.
You guys escaped down the street as something was chasing you, throwing cars off into the water. You eventually reached the bridge ahead of whatever this thing was, and managed to push through the barricade. Josh, you were injured over the course of it. Yeah, Josh is freezing and not bleeding to death, but he's bleeding.
And freezing.
He is freezing. He does have a number of nice gashes as well. Not bleeding out, but bleeding pretty heavily. And when we last left off, it was time to do some truths. So we will start with Josh, then Alexis, Insomniac, Gray, Devilcore, and then everyone. So, these things are true. The world is dark.
The thing stopped and started fighting something else in the dark.
It started fighting something else in the dark?
Yep.
Okay. Alexis.
We will find winter jackets in a
what?
In a car.
Okay. You guys will find winter jackets in a car. Insomniac.
We'll find, along with those winter jackets, a 19mm tucked under one of the back seats with about 5 shots left.
Okay. Gray?
There are spare parts for the car in the trunk.
You guys are really scared of losing this fucking car, huh?
So I should have just asked for a car.
I mean, I was gonna just give you a car. Apparently this car is a mobile armory of just supplies.
I think it was another group of survivors.
It was for the fittest.
Devil.
So, I was thinking in Lilith's, like, purse, there's just like a variety of drugs in there.
Okay. Lilith has a variety of recreational drugs and over-the-counter medications stashed in your bag. And on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, well, that was horrible, but yeah.
Morphine. I don't think it's morphine. I think it's more along the lines of you know, Lilith is carrying, and I'll describe that end scene when I go through what exactly is in your bag. But you guys, Josh, you push through the barrier, getting all of the cuts and gashes across you. The rest of you manage to follow and squeeze through after Josh. The creature, whatever it is, continuing down the road, continuing to get closer as you guys make your way to the other side of this barrier. As you guys are kind of scrambling through, trying to make your way, start down this bridge, you hear this, whatever it was that was following you, stop. And I need to go check. Now I'm curious to see if this is going to... Okay, it's not transitioning over on OBS anymore, which is nice, because it shouldn't have been. Looking for... Okay. Sorry, I just needed to kind of refresh myself on a couple of things regarding the Brinks, especially their Brink. Alright, you guys push through. You hear this, whatever was following you, stop. And it kind of goes silent for a second before just a loud roar pierces through the darkness around you. And you hear a smashing sound that, from what you can gather, it sounds like something is smashing into one of the buildings along the road you were just going down. As you guys are scrambling through, Gabriel is your character's name, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Gabriel, you find a car that, as you are kind of running along in the darkness, you kind of just on instinct pull the handle and the door pops open, the light on top of the car turning on and becoming kind of this beacon on the dark bridge in a short area around the car. But definitely it's bright enough to be noticed by everyone else.
Guys, I found a car. Is there keys in it?
You hear that trademark ding, ding, ding that cars make when you open the car door to the driver's side and the keys are in the ignition.
I guess she would start screaming for everyone to come back. She doesn't know how to drive. Is there anything around the car inside?
Gabriel, you just handle Josh. And I guess Henry will take the fronts. And what were you saying?
Yeah, what was the question?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I completely forgot, but she would have jumped into the back and started using the med kit to try and stop Josh's.
Okay.
I also go in the back and it's like, there's not much I can do here to help him. And then she starts going into her bag.
Well, we'll get to you in 1 second, Lilith.
That's fine.
Is everyone else heading over to the car, though?
I mentioned so.
Okay.
Jane is gonna kind of back towards the car, but still shining the light towards the direction of the shadow creature.
Henry is going to get into the front seat to try and get the car started and going.
Okay. Lilith.
Oh, yeah.
As you guys got to the other side of the barricade, you found yourself in kind of just this full flight or fight mode, and you picked flight. You definitely did not want to fight whatever it was that was chasing you.
Nope, that sounds scary as hell, and that is not something I want to deal with. I just want to survive and maybe, live a little bit longer.
Well, as you get to the other side of the barricade, you go sprinting off kind of to the side and into the dark, kind of running into a couple of cars, a couple of bumpers, until you finally duck behind a car about 15 feet up the bridge, pulling out your bag and digging into it. Remembering that you had stashed a number of drugs in your bag before you kind of headed out into the night and made your way over to the shelter at the town hall. As you're rummaging through your bag, now I forget, you don't have a light, do you?
I have a lighter. I mean, I have a mini light, flashlight.
Okay. You kind of have your mini flashlight out, ducked behind this car, going through what's in your bag. You have 2 bottles of pills in your bag. One of them is full of Ritalin. The other one is full of Adderall. You have 5 pre-rolled joints of marijuana in your bag, as well as a small container that has a little bit of a white powder in it. Your mind is racing, your heart is racing, you pop open both of the containers, tossing a couple of each of the pills into your mouth, before taking out a small sheet of paper and pouring a little bit of the white powder onto it, which you kind of form into a line in the middle of the paper and inhale. At which point you notice probably 30 feet farther down the bridge, a light suddenly appears with a dinging. At the same time, you hear a growling coming from the area where you all just had pushed through the barricade.
Oh shit. I'm going to grab my purse and hobble over to what I assume is a car after making sure my stuff is in the purse.
Okay.
Like, "Hey, guys, don't leave. I'll be right there."
I'm gonna need a roll.
Okay.
You have 7 dice.
Shit.
Okay.
That's a good roll.
That is a good roll. Do you want to use your vice to re-roll the 1? Or do you want to save that?
I want to save that.
Okay. Kids, this is not the right type of medication. Alright. Well, yeah, kids, don't do drugs. We're being bad examples right now. You're not really feeling the Adderall or the Ritalin or anything yet. Yeah, Adderall, Ritalin, and Coke. It's a great mix. But you're really feeling. I mean, I've never done Coke, so I don't know what the fuck it feels like. But you're really feeling it, whatever the fuck it feels like. It's trippy. It feels good, and running is really fucking hard right now. Hobbling was definitely a good choice of words. As you kind of slowly stagger your way over as you stagger your way over towards what is in fact a car with the rest of the group kind of huddled around it. You can see, because you have your light out, you haven't gone like inept and brain dead, but you know, you remember to use your flashlight to walk in the dark. But you definitely heard as you made your way over, that it sounded like the growling is now on the other side of the barricade. But from across, you can still kind of drowned out. The rest of the group, you guys haven't been able to hear it yet. It's still kind of covered up. I don't know what the fuck is happening in chat right now. It's still kind of covered up by the sound of smashing coming from the other side of the barricade, the occasional roar, and a couple of times you guys have heard gunfire and screams.
So she gets into the backseat. She's like, guys, something else is out there. We gotta go. And then like she blinks for a second and then gets in the backseat.
Are you?
What? I'm fine.
I guess that means I'm gonna be the one driving.
Henry had already gotten the front seat.
Oh, okay. Then I'll take the side passenger seat then.
Okay.
Alright, so we've got Lilith, Gabriel, and Josh in the back, Henry and Jane in front.
All right. As you guys hop into the back seat, Henry, Gabriel got into the back seat.
Yeah, and she put on a seatbelt this time.
Okay.
Safety.
Before you put on your seatbelt, you do notice that stuffed up, and this is kind of like a small four-door, like a traditional sedan style car. And there's, a little pouch, kind of like one of those elastic things, on the back of each of the front seats. And you guys, as you climb into the back, because you're the first one into the back of the car, you notice that each of these elastic pouches has a pretty heavy winter coat shoved into them. So there are 2 winter coats in the car.
Yeah, picking them up, she would have been like, "Ah, we're not gonna die!" And then she's gonna like put it on.
Okay, you're warmer because you have a coat on now in the eternal winter. Thank you, Gray.
Again, you're welcome.
I'm sorry. I know, Josh. I know. I'm gonna do first aid in 1 minute, but I don't remember. Was there someone else that didn't have a winter coat?
Yeah, the dude who's currently bleeding.
Yes. While giving first aid, I would have put it on him.
You might want to wait until after you finish the bleeding.
I mean, he's gonna go into shock, so you might as well put it on.
I don't want to bleed all over my new coat. Okay, sure. Josh, you kind of lay down across the back seat as best you can. You kind of like, as you kind of have your arm hanging off, you feel something hard, though, on the seat floor as you're kind of just like reaching around, seeing what's here. Under the front seat, under the driver's side seat, you feel something hard. Okay. You pull out a small handgun.
Bitch, I'm doing first aid on you. I see that shit.
Yeah, if you want to be stealthy enough to hide that, I'm gonna need you to roll.
To see?
No, for Josh to see if he can be stealthy enough for you to not see.
Oh, okay.
I will make that an optional roll if he wants to make it or not.
That's not how you're supposed to do anything.
You still need to roll 6d6. You're rolling the whole pool. Okay. So you did roll a 6. But you also rolled 3 1s.
That's 2 1s.
No, because he had 7d6. That first die was a 1 as well. And you have your moment on top. So you have nothing that can let you re-roll those dice. So unfortunately, guys... Okay. You do lose 3 dice from your pool and are down to 4 dice. Additionally, Josh, you did succeed at your action. You did roll a 6. But you did not roll more 6s than I did.
Is he gonna, like, fucking shoot us?
So I have narrative control over what this looks like.
Fuck.
So, Josh, as you reach under the driver's seat and feel something hard, you kind of play with it for a couple seconds, and you recognize it as you pull it out a little bit, handle, grip for a pistol. You kind of are looking around, and you wait until Gabriel is kind of turned and is pulling stuff out of the med kit. But you take the pistol and you slide it down into the pocket of the winter coat that Gabriel had pulled out for you from the other little elastic pouch. You kind of slide it into the pocket of it. Gabriel, you turn back around and are none the wiser.
Alright, I would have continued helping.
I don't think
Yay.
I even notice. I'm too busy doing other things right now.
Being coked out.
I was gonna say, you have not arrived at the car yet, Lilith.
Oh, okay.
You are... Yeah, this is what's, just happening. You are on your way over.
Oh, okay.
Because it took... Even with the light, it would take you a little while, coked as shit, to stumble over to a car 30 feet away from you.
Oh,
So yeah, you continue to...
do they even notice I'm gone?
They have not yet. No one said anything. Everyone's kind of, I think everyone's just a little stressed out from just kind of pushing through the barricade.
I think at this point, as they're doing first aid in the back, and Henry's gotten the car started, he's looking back to see where Lilith went.
Yeah. and-
Leave her. We need to go now.
Gray, you're kind of taking a look at what might be available for you. Henry has climbed into the driver's seat. As you're kind of going around the car, you have the other light, correct?
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah. You shine the light into the back of the car, and you see a bunch of just spare car parts sitting there. Something where if something happened, you might be able to fix things, get the car up and running again. As you're kind of continuing to do kind of just a circle of the car, with the sounds of the smashing and gunfire and screaming in the background, you're kind of just circling over towards the passenger door when you see Lilith making her way over towards you guys.
Lilith, if you don't get over here now, we're gonna leave you behind.
So I hear this person telling me to get in the car, or they'll just leave me.
Yeah. At which point you do, I would say you arrive and tell them that there's something else here as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would say at this point the first aid is done as best it can be. There are a couple like your arm and your leg where you really got the worst of it. The big long ones, you've kind of slabbed a couple of gauze pads over it and wrapped them, kind of held it down with, just some medical tape. You kind of used tears of pieces of the wrappings as makeshift band-aids, taping them in place. You used all of your normal band-aids really quickly on things they were not made to cover. And most of it you were able to use just the wrapping and tearing it and wrapping it and taping it to cover most stuff. There are still a few small scrapes that you only really had the medical tape to cover with, so they're kind of covered with a band-aid made out of medical tape.
I imagine when she's done, she kind of like wipes her face and smears his blood all over her cheeks.
Okay, you now have blood all over your cheeks.
Okay, I think I covered most of it. That was, that's pretty good. I wouldn't remove the tape. I think you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, while the horror movie trope might say at this point you need to roll for STDs, I'm not gonna make you do that.
What would you like me to wash my hands with? The non-water bottles we picked up?
Yeah.
Or the external winter?
That's why I said I'm not gonna make you do that.
Did Lilith get in the car by the time,
Yeah, everyone is in the car. Josh, you're asking if her eyes are dilated. She definitely something seems off. You don't have a light to really shine into her eyes. The only light you guys really have in the car is the overhead light, so there are kind of shadows cast across a lot of you, but just her general behavior is saying something's off.
Is everyone into the car at this point?
Yeah.
Alright, Henry will start moving the car and going down the bridge.
Okay. So everyone...
And ready.
Oh,
Oh no.
Josh, no! Everyone put on your seatbelts.
Yeah. And I will say, Josh, you did She did come walking out of the darkness with a flashlight. So. And, like, her bag and everything. And the light was, like, actually giving off light. It didn't just, like, look like a flashlight. But yeah, you all hop into the car. Close the doors. So the light above the top goes off, which leaves you all in darkness. Henry, you said you were going to start the car?
I mean, I tried to start it as soon as we got to it.
Oh, go ahead and make me a roll.
Okay.
You have 46. All right. So, that is going to be the end of our first scene for today.
Alrighty then.
I would like to lose my shit, please. Thank you.
All right. Henry, as you try to start the car, it kind of, you turn the key and it does the dies, and you kind of do it again and it starts revving, and then it dies again, and as you're trying on the third time, you hear a loud pop. Come from underneath the hood of the car. And it's no longer responding to your turns of the ignition key. At this point, you're all sitting in darkness in this car. The smashing and the screams and the gunfire on the other side of the barricade have stopped. And as you guys are sitting there, kind of in shock, kind of like, what the fuck just happened? Oh my god, you know, what are we going to do? You know, there's something else out there, we need to go. You guys are in you're in panic mode, Gabriel.
No.
You guys hear this echoing dull thud behind you as the barricade begins to shake, followed by another one and another one. Oh, you can't take action at this point. This is the end of the scene, Josh.
I would like to have a panic attack, though.
Yes, Gabriel, you can have a panic attack. This is entirely allowable. And at this point, we are going to go into our next set of truths, which will go Henry, me, Josh, Alexis, everyone. Alright. These things are true. The world is dark.
Alright.
Oh no, I'm sorry, it's gonna go It is Henry first, but then it'll go Grey Devil me, everyone.
Oh no.
As the car dies, we all pile out, and I suppose we make our way across the bridge as fast as we could.
We're kind of already across the bridge. We're in a car, like on the other side.
Oh, well, did we not find a car on the bridge to go across?
Oh no, you found a car on the bridge. You guys are 45, 50 feet into the bridge so far. Like past the barricade. You guys are still on the beginning of the bridge. Like this is like Brooklyn Bridge level bridge. Like this is a big bridge.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Big bridge then. Okay.
maybe Jane can fix the car.
Truth first.
We don't got no time. The barricade appears to have slowed down the thing that was chasing us enough for. Yeah, the barricade seems to have slowed down the thing chasing us significantly.
Okay. Gray?
Jane tells the everyone else about the supplies in the trunk and shines the flashlight towards the barricade.
Okay. Devil?
How is that a truth?
I don't know. It just happens. Just accept it. So okay.
You shine the light at the barricade.
Yep, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying it's a great truth, but it's a truth. It happens.
Please accept it and move on.
This is the
I can't think of anything yet.
Yeah, this is I didn't have an idea.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
I really want just Lilith to like pass out a giant blunt to everyone right now. Yeah, Gabriel might need it once the scene starts back up again. No, what is your truth?
I don't know what truth to use. I feel like this is a situation that they need someone else to help them with.
Well, all you need is to come up with the truth. You don't need to do an action.
I what? I have no idea. She starts I don't know. I got nothing cuz like what? Did she just take out a joint and start smoking it? Like what the fuck?
No,
Yeah,
this isn't like what
I
is
know.
Lilith doing. This is a truth
Okay.
about anything. We are still in
Okay.
truths. We have not moved past the truths yet, guys.
Okay. I don't know what truth to give to this world. Like, there's nothing in particular. Oh,
It can be anything.
what happened to the dog?
Yeah, it's dead. It got grabbed.
Oh yeah. God.
Oh, God.
I feel bad for that doggo. we meet some familiar people on this other side of this bridge.
Okay. There are people who will know you on the other side of the bridge when you arrive. Now I need to think of a new one. Let's see. What do I want to do? No, it's no. That's not happening. That is not
Are you
happening.
even working with us?
No, he's not. At this point, the freezing rain and the sleet that had been falling has... Dear Lord! People! I can tell! But it is turned into snow. And with the intensity, it's not quite whiteout conditions, but it's borderline whiteout conditions. So it's not the, like, I have 0 visibility, but it's like the I have, like, 5 feet of visibility. Well, it was already sleeting and freezing rain. It just turned into snow. At least it'll look pretty outside while you're all dying.
Stop! You know what? You know what? Snow's a really good reflectant. It's white. It bounces. You know what? We're fine. This is. You know what? We gotta be positive about.
Alright, and on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And
Alright. As you are all sitting in the car... Yeah, it's eternal winter. As you are all sitting in the car, something having just happened to the engine, you can hear the rhythmic slamming of something up against the barricade, but it seems to be holding, though. It's shaking, and you can feel the vibrations from the force of each blow kind of running through the bridge, even in the car. You guys all hear as Jane starts talking about there being spare parts in the back, as she kind of... That's right, I forgot that too for a second. I just paused because I remember that he pops the door open and kind of points his light out towards the barricade.
What are you doing? If we have parts, can't you fix the car?
I could try to fix the car. I mean, I work with smaller stuff like robotics, and I could probably fix a radio at most. I'm not so sure about a car. I mean, I can give it a shot, but no guarantees.
well, then we fix this car, we get moving right now, because that thing isn't going to be held there for long.
If you just give me enough time and keep shining this light at it, and I hand them the bigger light, then I can probably fix the car.
Alright,
But Lilith,
Gabriel.
I'm gonna need your tiny flashlight, Lilith.
Yes.
She'll like get out of the car and hold the flashlight for Jane, I guess. She's now like not panicking like Gabriel, but like is now thoroughly like what the fuck?
I mean, don't forget, you're also coked out of your mind right now.
Yeah. So
You're feeling great.
You're feeling
oh,
awesome. The world is sunshine and fucking rainbows.
oh, okay. So like, yeah, sure, no problem. She'll try to hold the flashlight steady for them. But like, I guess
You can see that, you guys can see that Lilith is trying really hard to try to hold this flashlight steady, but it's, you know, a little jumpy and wobbly.
Lilith, just give me the flashlight.
Gabriel, how are you feeling at this point? What are you saying to the group?
She's not talking to the group anymore. She's more of like just having a panic attack, you know.
I was kind of hoping you would roleplay that.
Oh, I can. I just won't hyperventilate, because then I will actually like start having like numbness in my hands.
Oh yeah, you'll start having the nulled feeling. I've had that.
Yes. So she's kind of like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be okay. We're gonna die. 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 Oh my god, we're gonna die.
All right, Gabriel has just broken down into shrieks and sobs and hysterical, like, crying and, like, very ragged, shallow breathing and just this occasionally unsettling laugh mixed in.
I'm laughing too. Oh, that's perfect.
I wish to help, but I don't know. All I'm saying is like,
Yeah, you're currently you're checking the magazine? If you want to check the magazine, you're gonna have to pull out the gun, take the magazine out.
He already said he pulled out the gun.
Yeah. Okay, you all watch as Josh pulls out a handgun. Jane, you recognize it as a pretty standard 9mm handgun. Yeah, it definitely doesn't do anything to help Gabriel's panic attack.
Josh, what the hell? Where did you find that? Whatever, we'll talk about this later. I'm just... Lilith, hold the light steady.
oh, well, let's try. And then I guess I'm going to roll that.
And you're gonna what?
Do I have to roll holding steady? Because he just handed me the flashlight. He's like, hold this.
Oh
and
my
just
god.
like,
I will make you roll to not get distracted and just shine the light on, like, everything but what he needs to see.
okay.
No, it's not. Jane has the small flashlight for the car, and Lilith is trying to shine the big flashlight towards the barricade.
Oh. Yeah, there's no need to roll then. It's the fucking barricade.
Oh, okay.
You notice, though, or at least you think you notice, shifting shadows as you wave the light back and forth. You can't tell if it's from the light waving back and forth or something slowly moving through the shadows on the edge of the light. It's pretty unsettling to you, being, for lack of better terminology, fucked the hell up. I mean, according to Jane, when the gun was there were 5 bullets in it. So 1 in the chamber, 4 in the clip.
Alright, yeah, Jane's gonna try to fix the car.
Okay. So you pull out some of the spare parts from the back. Well, at least you open the back of the car so you can easily access the spare parts. And
Yeah, and I grab all the spare parts and rush them up to the front.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for me. 66. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I am using my virtue.
Oh, tech savvy. All right, go ahead and re-roll that 1.
Wow, great use.
Oh, that's so bad. I'm so sorry. Rip tech savvy. All right, you do lose a dice, so you guys are down to 5 for the scene. But you did roll more 6s than I did, so go ahead and tell me what this success looks like. Fixing the car.
As I prop the hood up, I can see that there's a problem with some of the inner tubing, as the car looks like it was actually handmade instead of factory made. So I just rewire some of the wires to their proper places and replace a couple of old parts with some of the spare parts in the back.
Okay, and the spare parts aren't new parts, but like they're still old parts.
But they're in better condition.
They're in better condition. You know they work. And yeah, you're able to get those in.
Henry, turn on the car now.
I'll do so.
Alright. You go ahead and turn the key in the ignition. It kind of kicks for a couple seconds, but then the car does start up. Gabriel is already in the backseat.
You mean Lilith?
She's like, she's in hysterics, rocking back and forth in the back seat. Yeah.
And you are standing there with a gun.
Yeah, and you're standing at the door with a gun.
Okay, so I hear the car like go to life, and I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, we got this. And
Yeah.
like, I don't know what like, if there's anything special I'm seeing about the car, but I try to get inside.
Yeah, no, you guys all get into the car. Except Lilith you're kind of still shining that light around, trying to get a feel for what was out there. You're not able to see anything anymore, and you kind of quickly take a couple of steps over and kind of glance around one more time, kind of shining the light out and away and towards the barricade, and still hearing that thudding against it, making the barricade and the bridge shake under you. You slam the trunk closed to the car and hop in and close the door. Do you buckle in?
This is a question to everybody.
This is a question to Lilith. Like, do you remember to buckle in, or are you like too drugged out to remember to buckle in?
I mean, I want to say yes, but like,
You feel the same dilemma I do.
I feel like she gets in the car and then just like sees the mess that is this like Gabriel, but maybe not Gabriel. And then like she tries to hug and pet the thing in front of her.
So you start trying to hug and pet Gabriel.
Someone could buckle her in, like.
Okay. How does Gabriel react to this?
She. I was thinking of like how she. Oh, Gabriel's has been buckled in the entire time. She hasn't moved.
Yeah, she's just been in like a emotional breakdown, like so far, ever since the car didn't work.
At this
Oh, poor
point, I
baby.
imagine she's like laughing, but like kind of like I don't even know how to like. She's like.
Gabriel is also a treasure.
Gabriel is essentially like has failed her brink roll without rolling for her brink.
Yeah, basically. It'll clear up in a minute, but just wait till I actually fucking break.
Yeah, oh my god. No. Yeah.
Good idea, John.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no!
So yeah, once everyone's in and Josh has buckled in Lilith, Henry will start moving at a relatively safe pace in this whiteout. Trying
Yeah.
to stay closer to the middle of the bridge rather than to the edge.
Okay. And, you know, the bridge still has some cars on it, so you're having to kind of weave your way back and forth. The road is starting to get a little bit slick. And you've made it about a quarter of the way across the bridge. Lilith,
Yes.
you start hearing growling again.
Oh no!
Kind of just seeming to come from the darkness behind the car. Gabriel and Josh, you both also hear this now. Jane and Henry in the front seat, you guys are talking between the two of you, and you know, you have like the heating on full blast, and you know, you guys are closer to the engine, and just all kinds of small bullshit reasons that I can think of. You guys don't hear this.
I guess Josh is going in to go start shooting. All right.
But yeah, the three of you hear this growling from behind the car.
Can I turn around slowly and look?
Yeah, you've calmed down enough to turn around and look. And you get a glimpse out into the darkness. Trying to think. It's Jane and Lilith that have the lights, right?
Yes, I now have the big flashlight, and
And I know I have the small
Yeah.
flashlight.
Okay.
yeah.
So, as Josh is saying, light, before Lilith, like, she's a little bit slow and happy. It takes a second for her to really bother to turn around and look at this. But, as she's fumbling and getting the flashlight turned and pointing out the back of the car, Gabriel, you get a look out the back for a quick second before the light shines out, and you see a pair of bright red eyes seemingly on the back window of this car. It looks like there's this two almost spider-like cluster of them
On the back window.
on the back window.
I would be fucking flipping shit! Just screaming. What the fuck? That's straight out of a nightmare.
Alright, do you want to give everyone a couple seconds to turn down the volume of your microphone and you can roleplay that? Or are there people at home?
I have 3 roommates.
There are people at home. Yes, I have the benefit of living currently in an empty house, so...
I can hold down my shift bar, walk into the other end of the room, and then scream.
But you're flipping shit.
Yeah, basically, kind of just like...
Josh is going to shoot. Josh, can you roll me 5d6? Oh my god. I swear I'm stealing.
Josh, stop rolling!
That's the worst that could happen.
Hi, can I sit myself in front of that bullet, please? Thank you.
Oh my god. That's too funny. Oh, you need to find a way to use your moment. You and Insomniac do. Alright. Well, that is the 5th candle out. Alright. As Gabriel turns, you see all of these eyes, and you just begin to scream. And you tear off your seatbelt and start trying to just kind of get as far away from this, just kind of jumping into the front seat, climbing over Jane. Trying to just kind of get as far away from this as possible. Seeing Gabriel react this way, Lilith, you are kind of starting to fiddle with your seatbelt with one hand, but you still have the light pointed out the back, and you kind of calm down as you don't really see anything.
Okay.
There's nothing there as you're shining the light. Josh, you, upon hearing Gabriel's reaction and seeing what she does, you already have the gun out in your hand. You turn, and before you even look, you fire off. And I'm gonna see if I can actually... think... Okay, we'll add that. I wish I could play both of those at once. I don't know why it didn't let me do that. That's really annoying. Yeah, either way, you guys hear coming out of well, I'll have to worry about that later. You hear 4 gunshots. Everyone inside of this car, none of you are wearing ear protection.
No.
Even though this is just a 9mm, you guys hear Josh screaming as he unloads all but 1 bullet from his gun. The glass shattering and scattering onto the back of the car, out into the night, and a little bit of it inwards, all over Lilith and Josh. All of you can hear nothing. You guys can see, like Lilith, you can see Josh's mouth moving as he's yelling. Josh, you can't even hear what you're saying anymore. All of you are deafened by these gunshots. Essentially at point blank with no ear protection. Even though, just temporarily, it's very stunning, very disorienting. Very deafening. Josh, as you pull the trigger for the final shot, you hear this click. You don't even hear you know how sometimes you almost get that sensation of like you can hear something when you like feel a vibration? Unless I'm just weird like that. Okay. You don't hear, like, physically hear the click, but you kind of, like, hear, quote unquote, just this click. And Lilith and Gabriel, Shane, you're looking in the back too at this point. You guys aren't seeing anything that what Josh is shooting at. Gabriel, you obviously, believe something was there, but as the gun jams and misfires, and leave this one. Okay. As the gun misfires, Josh, and kind of explodes and fragments around your hand, taking off your pointer finger down 2 knuckle joints. Your middle finger, it takes off the very tip of your middle finger down to that first joint. You have a little bit of medical tape and whatnot left. Are you right-handed or left-handed? It's your primary hand. What is your character? Okay, then it's from your right hand. There's a little bit of, burn and bleeding and whatnot on the rest of your hand, but the major damage is 2 knuckles in, pointer finger, 1 knuckle in, very tip of your finger, middle finger. As you kind of give a shout as you kind of reel back, dropping whatever was left of this fragmented gun, and kind of clutching your hand in as the rest of you who are looking can see kind of occasionally just this kind of small squirt of blood coming out from where he's clutching his hand into his chest and kind of scream. You can see him screaming in pain. You can almost hear him. Definitely hearing him as the deafness wears off. And kind of his whole hand and upper arm kind of starting to drip and run with blood. And that is going to be where we take a quick 5-minute break. 5 to 10 minute break. We're going to take our first break of the session, guys. And we will be back.
We're back.
Yep, and we will be back with the truths after that. So guys, do stick with us. We will be back again, 5-10 minutes. We're just going to go grab food, water, anything to drink that people need, bathroom, etc. And we will see you all afterwards. All right, and we are back. Thank you everyone for sticking with us through the break. Let's see. It was Josh's fault, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Josh's fault. Okay. Josh, you need to stop failing rolls so I can get more truths to throw at you guys. Not that I think I need to throw any more at you guys with how you're doing.
Not only did we throw you under the bus, we backed up the bus and then ran you over again. Feels
Wait,
bad,
who's telling the
bro.
truth?
So it'll go the world is dark, followed by Josh, followed by Alex, followed by Insomniac, followed by all of you. So these things, well, you know what? I'm gonna start up the music again first. I hate this song takes so long to kick in. The song needs to not be actually.
I mean, it looks like you're going to pass out, so you can't really do much once you pass out.
He has probably about 2, maybe 3 minutes until he goes unconscious from blood loss.
Oh, so much can happen in like 3 minutes. I'm scared now.
These things are true. The world is dark. Josh, what's your truth?
There are things crawling outside.
What's that?
There are things bumping in the on the bridge.
Okay. Alex?
The road ahead will be clear for us to drive through.
Okay. Insomniac?
We've started to. The shattering of the window has knocked the creatures off and given us enough room to speed ahead of the creatures behind us.
Okay.
Were they on the window or just following behind us?
None of you saw anything on the window. Other than
know.
Gabriel.
I thought they were just truths, though.
I mean...
Uh,
there's nothing on the back window. Yeah.
So, okay, now never mind that first part. We just speed ahead of the creatures on.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to work the second two truths in with the first one when they're completely contradictory. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And
And we are
alive.
And we are like,
it's
Alright.
getting progressively worse.
Yeah.
We sound so dead saying it.
Okay, so yeah. I'm trying to think of how to do this still. I'm gonna have to take some creative liberties with your truths, so yeah, Josh, you shoot out the back window. As you all kind of go deaf, Henry, you manage to keep the car straight and true for the most part. Luckily, the road ahead, it seems the middle of the road is kind of been cleared out. Almost like something came through here and knocked all of the cars off to the side. You see a couple places where cars were pushed, either still kind of teetering on the edge of the bridge somewhere. It looked like cars got pushed completely over the side. As you guys continue driving across the bridge, you're about 3/4 of the way across now. Josh, your hand is bleeding profusely. You need to do something about this soon, or it's gonna start to cause some pretty serious issues for you. But as you guys are driving along, every now and then you hear like the scraping of claws against metal. You hear growling coming from the darkness. Every now and then, one of the cars off to the side shifts unnaturally. Kind of like there's something following along with you as you drive across the bridge in the snowstorm, in the dark, in the cold. Just staying just out of the headlights in the darkness off to the sides.
You said Gabriel was in the front of the car now,
Yeah,
right?
Gabriel unbuckled herself, climbed up between the seats, and climbed into the front passenger seat, like all the way to the front, and is now kind of like half in Jane's lap and like half hiding like under the front dashboard of the car.
Are we still like half deaf
At this point, your hearing is kind of slowly starting to come back. You guys have this like persistent ringing in your ears, though. That isn't going away. Yeah, you guys, you can hear Josh shouting in the back seat. It definitely looks like he needs medical attention.
Well, he should out of luck.
I think I have tape or something. What does she have left? You said tape, right?
You have medical tape.
I think I can like tape it shut. I don't know. I guess like after a few minutes of kind of thinking to herself, she'll kind of throw herself in the back to start taping his wound shut.
Text chat. Making screaming in pain and agony easy and quiet for the headphone users.
Yay!
Woo! Yeah, I'm to be honest, she's not really thinking too much, so she's just like wrapping tape everywhere, all over his fingers to just stop it.
Okay, so you're gonna try to tape up Josh to heal him?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I need you to roll me 5d6.
Woo! 5d6. All right.
You do also have an extra hope die.
Yeah, you do have a hope die. Roll that
I do,
separately.
but is Josh worth it?
Roll your hope die separately. You don't lose your hope die after you use it. The only way you can lose your hope die is if you fail your brink roll.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your hope.
What is that? Sorry.
It's just an extra 1d6. But roll it separately than the rest of your rolls because it succeeds on a 5 or a 6. Okay. So there are no ones. You did roll a 6. So you did succeed. You did not roll more 6s than I did.
Okay.
So I have narration. Gabriel, you pull out the medical tape, kind of still in a panic, still a little bit hysteric. You start pulling off pieces of medical tape and trying to wrap. First, you try to kind of put pieces like over the stubs where his fingers were blown off. Josh, this hurts a fuckload. By the way, everything that is happening right now hurts a metric shit ton. You start off trying to place tape across the stubs, but with the bleeding, you're not able to really get the tape to stick. His hands are covered in blood. You're kind of grabbing his arm and his hand and trying to wipe it all off, and like dabbing the stubs of the fingers up against like the cloth seats of the car, trying to like pool and collect as much of the blood as you can. Lilith, you're kind of like phasing in and out of reality at this point. Like you feel great, but like you're not totally with it. Your bag falls over off of your lap and onto the floor of the car.
Oh no, I better go get that.
As you're reaching down, Alex, you notice that a lighter rolled out of the bag, and kind of just thinking quickly, you grab the lighter in one hand, and you grab Josh's hand in the other, and flicking the lighter on, you hold the stubs of Josh's fingers up to the lighter. This takes... And Josh is struggling, but you manage to kind of just, like, holding it against the seat and the cushions of the car, you manage to hold him in place long enough. Takes probably about 60 seconds in total, but you badly burn where the two stubs are cauterizing the wound shut before wrapping them in the medical tape.
I imagine at this point she's kind of just like you're good, this is fine, it's fine, you're not gonna bleed out anymore. Oh,
So-
he's
Yeah,
out.
Josh passes out. That's an apt description of what would happen in this situation. Thank you. So yeah,
So-
the rest of you just watched as Alexis, as Gabriel rather. I'll use your character name. Sorry. As Gabriel grabbed Josh's hand and cauterized the wounds and then wrapped the finger stubs.
So while Gabriel is done, Lilith finishes like fixing her purse, making sure everything's inside, and then she reaches for the lighter to get it back from her. But and like placing a hand like on top of hers, because I'm assuming Gabriel's freaking out still.
It sounded like it.
and
Alex, how is Gabriel feeling right now?
You tell me by holding down your like one of your allies' hand, burning his stub hands closed, and then watching him pass out.
And you're
Tell me how you would-
16?
Yeah, 16.
After watching his hands get blown up after having to do medical treatment on him, so for all of his gash. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
Lilith, Gabriel's doing like that.
yeah. So Lilith notices like she's not doing too good, and she's like, if you need something to relax, I have something for that.
At this point, Jane will interject, be like, "Oh no!"
No, what?
Yeah,
Last thing we need is another.
Jane has no idea.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay.
Like, Jane has no idea what Lilith is talking about.
Look, we need as many people as paying attention as possible. We don't know if they're still chasing us. We don't know what's going on outside.
Well, like she's a mess. She just needs to relax, and when she relaxes, she'll be more focused. It's fine.
When you say relax, what do you exactly mean?
What are you
Out of
gonna
character.
And
Out of
Jane is
character,
gonna.
I'm
Jane is-
assuming this is a joint. Like,
Yeah,
here,
you're gonna pull out a joint.
As Jane sees you pull out a joint, he puts kind of two and two together and says, "Oh. Look,
You, as a
As-
CIA operative, know
Yeah.
that multiple governments across the world, including the U.S. government, have used drugs on their troops. Yeah, they have all used drugs on their troops at one point or another to instill courage and confidence in them.
yeah, that's. Although I don't approve of giving marijuana to a 16-year-old, mind you.
Morally gray questions, everyone, at the end of the world.
Shut up! You did not have to cauterize his wounds back together. You can't say shit.
Your choice. The last thing we need is another addict.
I'm not an addict. I'm perfectly fine.
Roll deception.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that most of this is prescribed, and I'm taking proper amounts. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Most of this is prescribed. Hey,
Whatever.
I will say, back like 70 to 80 years ago, they did prescribe cocaine for certain illnesses and issues. So
I didn't take that out.
I
You just
only
took the cocaine?
I only say that I know that because and funny, totally off topic, out of game story here, but my grandmother at one point got really sick and went to her doctor, who prescribed her through the pharmacy just like a white powder and just told her, sniff a little bit of this before you go to bed. And that was her prescription. Was just cocaine.
The more you know.
Yeah.
So was Lilith in the right or the wrong? I feel like Lilith is the only one that's good here.
I don't know. I'm not going to attempt to answer that question.
Yeah, she'll take the joint from Lilith.
Just don't hotbox it.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. You shot out the back window. And if
Okay,
you
I'll
don't
blow
know-
the smoke out the window.
Yeah, and if you don't know what that means, don't ask. You don't need to know.
Reminder, kids, don't do drugs.
Yeah,
Drugs
reminder,
are
kids,
bad.
drugs are
Yeah,
bad.
don't. I was gonna be like, yeah, she smokes the entire thing, but you know, we're gonna not include that. She takes a healthy amount and blows it out the window.
Drugs are bad, kids. Don't do them.
Unless they have been prescribed by a doctor or a medical professional.
Yeah, remember, these are all people who are all going to die. You don't want to be them. Alright. So yes, Gabriel is now smoking and slowly relaxing as you guys continue forward. You're still, I'm gonna say, you're still jittery. You know, as much as it relaxes you, it's not, you know, some end-all be-all cure for what ails you. You're still super jittery. You're still hearing scraping and growling and whatnot from the darkness outside the car. Looking around, you don't seem to be able to identify anything resembling the mass of eyes you saw. As you guys continue to drive across the bridge. If anyone wants to do anything, go ahead.
Henry's just trying to keep the car straight and going as quickly as possible with enough time to turn if something comes in the way.
Okay.
Accounting for the snow on the ground, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Gray and not Gray. Josh, you're unconscious for this. Gabriel and Lilith, you guys are occupied. Jane, you're unhappy about the current situation, but are dealing with it.
Jane is gonna kind of notice how everyone's spirits and hopes are kind of down. He's gonna try to bring them back up.
And what are you gonna do to do that?
He's gonna talk about what he misses most before they came, to try to remind them of all the good times that happened.
Okay. Go ahead and tell them.
Wait, I don't have to roll.
No, go ahead and roleplay your inspirational speech.
Jane is just gonna kind of look down at his hands, which are now covered in grease and oil from the car. He's gonna say, "You know, out of everything that happened, the thing that I missed the most before they came are hot showers. I mean, think about it. You can go up to any river now, but that's not frozen already, and take a dip in it to clean yourself off. Or, like, pour a bottle of water out and use that. But they're all cold. Just try, like... Just remember all those, times we took what we had for granted. All those years of me studying for college and the entrance exams, they're all kind of pointless now. Kind of makes you wish that, kind of makes you wish you did things differently with your life.
I miss showers too. And she'll kind of look down at the bloody mess she is now.
Yeah, you guys haven't really had a chance to shower since kind of this whole ordeal began. It became this endless winter. It was pretty quick that the pipes all froze and burst without any electricity or heating and just their natural insulation, but the constant chill eventually burst them all. You guys have been able to wash up with the water you'd had in a tub down in the basement. But the water was always cold. You didn't really have enough spare water to change it, so after the first 2 or 3 days it got pretty bad. By the time you guys left, it was honestly almost better to go without bathing than use the kind of putrid water that was left for washing and just filled with dirt and grime and blood and whatnot. It was pretty foul washing water by the end. You guys always did the best you could, but there was only so many spare water bottles that you could use, and only so far that water could go.
Makes me wonder if everyone else down there made it.
That's the
hope that they made it, and maybe we'll make it. It's just gotta keep looking forward. And then she'll like pat Gabriel on the back, like trying to comfort her. She's been through some shit.
Honestly, yeah, I have to say, this was probably worse than high school. And then she'll kind of like start rubbing her forehead. It makes you think if everyone else didn't make it, or if this is just the end.
I'm hoping at least she made it.
Who is she?
She, well...
At this point, you guys reach the other side of the bridge.
Wow. We need to clap. Hold on.
Yeah, let's get a group round of applause in here, everyone. We made it to the other end of the bridge. Yo, we're champions. And as you guys make it to the other side of the bridge, Gray, Jane.
Yeah.
You notice a few lights off in the distance as you guys are kind of just driving back onto land, kind of off to the side, down the embankment towards the river.
Guys, it seems there's some light. It seems there's some lights up ahead. And I point to them.
Lights are always good in this situation.
Yeah, it's not up ahead. Like when you know how when you're driving across a bridge and you get to the other end, the bridge is not, at water level. The bridge is raised up above the water, and there's an embankment from where the bridge is making landfall down to the actual water. Normally a pretty sizable area, especially the bigger the bridge is. The lights you saw them as you were kind of reaching that point just before where the bridge makes landfall. Like halfway down that embankment, there are a few lights. So if you guys pull over the car, say, and go see what they are, you guys would have passed them, pulled over, and then double back down the embankment.
Could I tell whether it's an electric light or like a firelight?
Just looks like a couple lights. Flashlights style thing. It's not like there's a fire down there, no. It's not like a torch.
Congratulations, you just confused everyone in the EU.
Do you think that's where we're supposed to go?
It's behind us now, right? These lights. I'm reading that correctly. Like the...
Yeah, you guys see these lights. Gray does, and then told you about them. He saw them just as you guys were reaching that point where you'd no longer be able to see the embankment.
It's underneath the bridge. Near the river, kinda.
Well, you said there were flashlights?
There could be supplies down there. There could also be other people down there. I'm not completely sure. I just saw lights.
Well, if nothing else, it's more lights for us to carry around. Might be good idea to check it out if we can make it there.
Now, would you say we're closer to the end of the bridge, or are we closer to the light?
When you
Probably the end
guys
of the
saw the lights, you were just before the point where you're starting to go back onto land. Like, you're at the end of the bridge. Like, you guys probably have another, realistically, 30 seconds to decide if you want to pull over and go investigate this or keep going. Like, this is one of those things that you kind of have that split second to make a choice, and then you're farther down the road.
I think we should leave it alone.
I mean, whatever is out there is already after us. Like, it's been following us for a while. We stop now, it'll catch up, and then we probably won't get away.
It's a good point.
Plus, we're down Josh.
What if we send a couple people out, but keep people ready in case we need to leave?
I don't like
Yeah.
that idea.
I'm not leaving.
Look, if she's down there, I want to be able to find her, alright?
Josh, you blew off top 2 knuckles on your pointer finger and top knuckle on your middle finger.
Do you really miss her that much?
She was one of the last people I knew before this happened who was an actual friend to me, so yes, it means a lot to me.
Okay,
Yeah,
then let's
this
go.
stubs, Josh.
Let's
And
go.
we'll, pull over the cart so we can investigate.
Alright. You guys pull the car over. Just after reaching land, you guys are gonna all hop out.
I assume we leave Josh in the car because he's unconscious.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to try to wake him up.
Can I go wake him up?
You can try.
She'll just go over and start like slapping his cheek. Josh, come on, wake up.
Josh, do you wake up? Okay, now Josh is awake. Josh, you are in unimaginable pain and suffering and agony. It's been maybe 5 minutes since your hand got blown up and then cauterized shut. How are you doing? And yeah, and you look over and you see Gabriel sitting there smoking a joint.
Oh, no. I needed that.
Okay.
Listen,
It falls onto the floor of the car.
I go to pick it up.
Josh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just had to do it. I panicked. I thought I saw the lighter and it felt like the thing I needed to do. I know it wasn't. Yes. Yeah.
Josh, calm down.
Yeah, you're definitely calmer at this point, Gabriel.
Yeah, that's why I'm not stuttering right now.
And yeah, Lilith, at this point you pick up the joint.
Would you rather me let you bled out? You do realize what happens when you blow up your finger. Yes. That is exactly what she did.
You actually used the lighter, but
Yeah,
you tell him that you used the fire from his hand. Josh, you're in enough pain and still delirious enough that you believe her, not quite thinking clearly.
Congratulations, now you're a glorified lighter. Now come on, let's go.
The gun exploded in your hand. Do you think I could just pull out bandages and fix it? I had used it to fix all the cuts on you. No, I'm not going to leave you behind. That is basically suicide. I did not keep you alive for you to just go fall asleep and get attacked.
What
I
is
can
Lilith
stop it,
doing right
I
now
can,
with the joint?
She started smoking it.
Okay, just making sure.
Adderall, Ritalin, coke, and then marijuana.
Just making sure. Okay.
Henry will speak up then, as Gabriel and Josh are. I can stay and watch him in the car, and if anything happens, we'll drive further into the city. You guys can probably catch up with us. We'll try and stay around as long as we can.
So the gun's dead, right? Or there's no more bullets, I should.
The gun blew up.
Oh
the
yeah,
gun's
sorry. I
done.
just sorry.
Yeah, no, the gun.
I had way too much to smoke. Clearly,
The gun,
sorry,
like,
everyone.
completely jammed and misfired, like in the chamber.
The only thing we have now is whatever Jane had as a weapon and a sledgehammer.
I didn't have a weapon. I had a giant flashlight, but I gave that to you, and now I have the tiny flashlight.
I have a wrench.
Keep in
Oh,
mind, the
that's right.
tiny flashlight is a mag light. So it's not like some tiny, shitty fucking garbage flashlight.
Oh, I always kind of thought of it as like some kind of like shitty keychain flashlight.
I mean, it is a shitty keychain flashlight, but it's a shitty keychain mag light flashlight.
Can we even go down there with defending ourselves?
There's light down there, so I'm saying we should go. I doubt they'll come. They don't seem to go towards the light, so.
If you guys need weapons, there's a sledgehammer that Josh left here. I don't know if any of you can lift that.
I think Jane might have to use that. And then she like pauses. It's like, I might have something in my bag to defend the Gabriel. We should be fine.
You defend Gabriel while you're high. Right. Now you're making me laugh.
I assume Lilith is still just continuing to smoke the joint as
Mm-hmm.
Jane is saying this.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
I mean, like, she might have some pepper spray or a taser in that bag.
Are you going to go? Who are you gonna go with, Jane?
Well, whoever has the giant flashlight, it doesn't really matter. Just whoever is willing to go. Because I'm going down there no matter what.
I have a wrench. I'll go.
I guess I'll go. I'm not leaving Gabriel alone.
Alright then, so since we don't want to leave Josh in the car alone, I suppose I'll stay and keep watch over him in the car.
Listen, Henry. If I don't make it, thank you.
No problem.
Wow, you have that little faith in me.
I have little faith in nothing. Our luck up to this point has been god awful, and I can feel as if it's only going to get worse and worse. Please tell me that you do not think it's going to get better from here. Josh, don't ask. Josh, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry.
Who are you saying this to?
She's apologizing to Josh for burning his fingers off. She's saying her goodbyes, basically.
Okay. Well, as Gabriel begins saying her last goodbyes, as you guys have sat here now for quite a while in this idling car, kind of flicking the lights back and forth. The big light still fluttering in and out a little bit. You guys hear first noises, a couple loud crashes coming from behind the car. Following which, and I'm not even going to bother to try because I don't... Actually, let me try one thing first. Nope, it's still... Damn it. I really hate how this thing works sometimes. Yeah, you guys hear more gunshot. I'm not even gonna continue going with it, but you guys hear more gunshots coming, from out in the darkness. And are able to see a couple of lights. Maybe 100 yards away at this point. They seem to be making their way towards your car. Yeah, and I'm not going to continue because, like, doing the audio clip for them because it's just not working correctly. Like, it shouldn't be breaking the music, but it is. But you guys hear probably 6 or 7 handgun shots, as well as a couple of bursts of fire from what sounds like an automatic weapon, some kind of assault rifle or submachine gun. You guys aren't particularly sure. Jane, it sounds like an assault rifle.
Is that the military?
Yeah, Josh, you may or are you with it enough to tell that was assault rifle fire? You tell me. Yeah, no, I know your character would have heard, assault rifle fire before being in the police force. But, like, is your character, like, with it enough to recognize rifle fire right now? Like, I know you would recognize them, but do you? Okay. So yeah, Gray and Josh, your characters recognize what it is. The rest of you just hear gunfire. Lots of it.
Someone's coming closer, right? Maybe we could group up with them. Oh, but
I don't know if... I'm not completely sure. That sounded like assault rifle fire to me. And if they have assault rifle, then they could literally be anybody that has access to military weapons. Either way,
Yeah, you guys haven't left the car yet.
We need to go. If we leave the car behind, they're going to just take the car.
I'm going down there, so
The people he's going down towards, that's about where the lights are coming from?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably get down there with them and lead them to the car, maybe. We might be able to...
Oh, they're coming. The sounds are getting closer and closer towards your car. The lights look like they are coming towards you. You assume that in the pitch black, they can see your car. Like, you are like one of the only light sources, literally for miles. Like, you are a beacon in the darkness. Like, the only source of light in pitch black.
Where do you want me to drive, Josh? They're coming towards us, and there's no way to get down into the... No way to get closer to them with a car. I don't believe.
what if we hide the car and then just hide out underneath the bridge?
Are we not going with the people with the lights and the guns?
Well, it's either that or that shadow or whatever that rumbling against the barricade was back there on the bridge.
They are at this point, the lights are probably 30 yards from your car.
Henry is going to step out of the driver's seat and start approaching the lights.
Jane's gonna step out of the car too and start making his way underneath the bridge with the small light.
Oh, there's no way to get under the bridge right now.
Oh, okay.
I guess Gabriel's going to kind of just sit in the back seat, but ready, kind of have the door open, so if need be, she can dash out.
Okay. So Gabriel's in the car. Is Lilith still just sitting in the car smoking a joint? Or is Lilith gonna do something?
I think Lilith is like finishing up what was left over from the joint, and it's just like, because I don't think there was a lot left after like Gabriel had to calm down with that. But it seems like she's like, tell me when she starts to like, I don't know, trip out or something, like worse than like not being able to focus or anything like that.
Well, I mean, like, it'll make you feel, like, really, like, happy and, like, giggly and, like, I don't know how to explain it. You feel fucking high as shit right now.
Okay, yeah, she's just gonna stay with Gabriel, because, like, she feels a need to be with someone and to help take care of each other.
Okay.
Because, like, I'm assuming Josh is just gonna get in the car and try to drive away, which means we might need to get out of the car.
Oh god. Yeah, right now, So Lilith is in the car. Gabriel is in the car, but is next to the door, which is open. Henry and Jane have gotten out of the car and are approaching the lights. Josh has gotten out of the car and gotten into the driver's seat. I'm gonna say, Josh, are you rolling to see if you drive away or not? If you decide to just drive away, I'm assuming.
You better not drive off yet.
Oh, hold up, Alex. I can't be having the reverb constantly coming back when I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, you can just roll them that way with those. I'll say 1. I don't know what you're using. Okay, so what do you do? Josh? Okay, sounds good. Okay. So, Josh and, not Josh, Henry and Jane, you guys get out of the car and start heading over towards the light. It's about 30 yards away. It's still getting closer to you. Not like at a slow pace, but not like a full sprint, but it's like it's making its way over to you at a steady pace that's neither fast nor slow. And you continue to hear gunfire. Looking out, Jane, you have the small mag light. You kind of focus the beam and are kind of just trying to get like a glimpse of anything, no matter how small, out in the darkness. And you see, near one of the, you can clearly see that there are a couple of individuals making their way over towards you. Both of them are armed. One of them is carrying a flashlight, as well as a handgun of some kind. The other one seems to have a larger military type assault rifle, which is what you were hearing shoot. And it seems to have some kind of light on it. As you're shining the light out, you see from kind of off to the side, you're at a distance where your beam of your mag light, even though it can kind of reach there, it's not particularly strong. It's kind of just like it lets you see shadows. You see 2 kind of large dog-sized shadows jump kind of not over, but like out of, almost. It's kind of hard to see, but like almost out of the roof of a car and land on the individual with the assault rifle. Watching the gun kind of hit the ground and kind of goes skidding away. And you can just hear a couple more handgun shots as that light begins to move faster towards where you are, and you can just hear screams and a tearing sound before just silence, other than the sound of eating. As the other light continues to run over to you, he's about 10 feet away from you, and you can start to hear the growls starting again from around you. All of you can start to hear the growls from around you.
Henry's gonna start running towards the light as well, hoping they have a weapon to defend him against these growls. How far away are we from the car and from the lights?
You guys are
Respectively.
5 feet. Oh, what happened? Who did we lose? We lost Alex. There it is. Alex is back. You guys are probably 5 or 6 feet away from the car. The light at this point is like 5 to 10 yards away from you.
Can I use the light from a flashlight to send out SOS in Morse code and see if there's any response?
I mean, you can, but by the time you finish sending out the message, the other light will have reached you.
Okay. Alright, well then I guess I'm just gonna follow Henry.
Okay. You guys continue kind of slowly heading out, and the light pretty quickly reaches you. Let me get this put in here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Henry. Oh, did we lose?
Yeah, he said he had to go.
Oh,
He said,
shoot.
feel free to.
Oh,
He said to feel free to narrate.
crap, I told him to tell me beforehand, before he had to go. I told him to give me, like, a cushion of time. Okay, then I can't really do what I was going to do.
Josh could be a coward and straight drive in the car and run him over.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Josh, go. Gray, roll me 5d6. This is a dire conflict. Sorry.
Okay.
I told Insomniac to give me a cushion. Okay, are you gonna use your
My vice?
Your
I'm gonna
vice.
have to. Yeah, I'm gonna use my vice.
All right. Describe how being scarred helps you in this situation.
Because I am blind in one eye, Jane has had to make the extra effort to pay attention to his surroundings, from all the way from hearing to smelling, even tasting. And because of his extra effort in learning more about his surroundings, he has able to react in time before to roll out of the way before Josh can run him over. As he
I mean,
sees
he's
the-
not trying to run you over.
Oh, he's just driving away backwards? I thought he was driving towards us.
No, he's not even driving away backwards. He's driving away forwards. You guys are behind the car.
Oh, we're behind the car.
Yeah, you guys were heading towards the light.
Alright, well, because he's had to make the extra effort to pay attention.
I just need to know how being scarred helps you in this situation.
He's had to train more to learn more about his surroundings and make the extra effort in order to keep up with everyone else who has two eyes, because he's had this ever since he was born.
Okay. Now you did roll 1-1, so you do lose a dice from your dice pool. You did roll 2 6s, so you do succeed, but you did not roll more 6s than I did. So I will narrate to you what this success looks like as soon as I... Oh, jeez. There we go. All right. As all of you begin to hear this growling, and you hear Josh, Gabriel, and Lilith, you guys hear Josh in the front seat just kind of muttering, shit, you hear him muttering what he said, and he steps on the gas as he climbs into the front seat. Jane, you have, like you said, you've trained a lot more to really keep up with people who have two eyes. You're much more aware of your surroundings than a normal person is. You see Josh getting into the front seat of the car, and you run over towards the car where Gabriel has the door open, jumping into the car just as Josh is stepping on the gas, barely managing to hang on. Barely managing to stay in the car as you all drive off. leaving Henry behind as you guys drive away. The growling doesn't seem to follow you. Lilith and Jane, you guys are looking out the back, shining your lights out where the back window used to be. As you are driving away, you see large shapes jumping out from the cars. You see the individual with the flashlight get knocked to the ground, and you hear him scream. And as you drive away and around a bend, you see Henry backing up in the light against one of the cars, just looking kind of frantically around as you see the light go out, and you hear Henry scream as you drive away. And Henry has died. And with the death of Henry, I am also going to put out a candle. And we will start. The world will be dark. Gray, you will give a truth. Devil, you will give a truth. And then everyone all together. And I think that this is going to be a good point to take a quick 5-minute break. Everyone can really quickly kind of get resorted. I can really quickly try to refigure out what the fuck I'm gonna do. And we will see everyone when we are back. Just don't forget, we are going to be going until either 6 o'clock today or whenever the game ends. So guys, please do stick with us through this break, on through the end of the game, and we will see you in just a few minutes. All right, and we are back, and I think you guys have had a chance to kind of go over what you want to do for your truths, right?
Kind of.
Okay.
A little.
Well, we will go ahead and hop right into things. These things are true. The world is dark.
There is a clear path through the woods.
Okay.
The military at the fort has set up basically like waypoints, so like for people escaping to get to them easier. So like there might be lights or some other thing on this path to get there.
Okay, little kind of guard, like guard stations slash supply depot style things on this roadway. if I'm envisioning it right, like maybe
I was
like
thinking,
one like one of those like throw up, like pop up, like when you're driving into, like I imagine like when you're driving into like a parking garage style thing, like where the guard there sits. Like I don't know if that's what you're thinking. Like
I was thinking something more like, okay, these roads are just clear and you get by them, but there's like still total darkness. So like between whatever this area is and the next, or the next area and the fort, like there is a clear indication of like you need to go this way to get to the fort, because we still don't know where the fort is specifically.
oh, you guys know where the fort is. The fort's a large fort up at the top of a hill. Like everyone around the area knows the fort, knows where the fort is.
Then I don't know. Supplies, because we don't have any, seem to be a good idea as well.
Yeah, see what I thought originally was like that there were like either a couple of, like you were saying, I thought you were talking that there were either like a couple of derelict buildings along the way or a couple of like pop-up checkpoint, like mini like guard station buildings that they threw up that had like supplies at them, and like maybe where someone would stay to like keep watch for people with maybe like a couple of lights like to watch over the area or something.
That sounds interesting. So let's go with that.
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about at first.
And that's better than what I had. So, woo.
Well, we will credit you with that idea, because I would never have thought of that if you hadn't said it. And on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And we are.
We're alive.
Yep, it's still
All
just
the alive.
All right, and we will pick up. You have all just drove around the corner. One of those large creatures, it looked like, that you could see. Again, they're like large dog-like shadows in size. You saw one of them kind of in the side glow of the light, and in the dim beams of yours shatter the flashlight that was making the light that Henry was hiding in, and then he got jumped as you guys drove away. So we'll pick up right after you round that corner.
So, like, I assume, Jane and I, like, finish looking at, like, seeing this person die and hearing them die, and you just, like, turn and look at each other, like, holy shit. And I don't know how you're reacting, but I'm like, oh my god, this person just, like, left him.
Are your eyes still
Jane-
tearing up, Josh? Is your dude still crying? Okay.
Jane looks largely unwavered by this.
How is Gabriel doing?
I was just gonna say, did she see him get eaten alive, or is she just hearing him scream so that she doesn't have a...
Everyone but Josh saw him die.
She kind of has like a in shock face, and she'll look over to Josh. You left him behind. Gray, you didn't. I mean, Jane, you. Did you even think about telling him you were running?
It wasn't much of a choice. Once I saw the car, Josh get into the car, I booked it, alright? In the end, we're alive, and it just happened to be that Henry just ran out of luck, I suppose. And as much as I hate to agree with Josh for almost killing me back there, he made a good call. Hey man, don't get pissed off at me. You're the one who decided to drive off and almost leave us for dead.
Josh, let me take the wheel, okay? I don't want you guys to fight, and I don't want to get hurt. Just don't fight.
Lilith goes quiet and looks at Jane for a moment before, like, because like they're in the back seat and like the only one's not in a seatbelt, or the only one in a seatbelt is Gabriel, right?
I
So, like,
I don't think Gabrielle is in a seatbelt.
No, because she was watching,
Oh,
Yeah, I
getting ready
think
to jump out.
if Lilith was in a seatbelt, Lilith is in a seatbelt. Josh
Yeah.
didn't put a seatbelt on before driving, and Gray kind of just Jane dove into the back of the car. So it's Gabriel, Lilith, and Jane in the back. Only Lilith is buckled in, and Josh is driving, not buckled in.
Okay, then this is, oh boy. um yeah. This is painful.
Josh, look, what happened happened. We need to move on and we need to make it to the fort, alright? Just focus on the road.
As you
I
guys,
honestly think I should take the wheel.
as you guys are driving along the road, in the still near whiteout conditions, in the world of eternal winter, in the pitch fucking dark,
Yeah.
you notice, Josh, you're driving pretty slowly. Yeah, and as you look at the side mirror, actually, you notice a small structure with a flickering light in the inside, off to the side of the road. Okay. As you
What do you-
drive up to it, the rest of you, Josh kind of turns the car a bit and starts driving up towards a small building with a light on the inside flickering on and off. As you guys get close to it, oh yeah, sorry, I'll take care of that, Gray. As you guys drive up to it, you see the entrance is partially blocked by a chest-high stack of sandbags. You notice kind of there's bits and pieces of scattered wire and fencing around on the ground. Looks like next to the building there was a large spotlight, but it's been smashed at this point. Yeah, Josh and Jane would have a fairly good inkling that, well, the building itself might not have been a military structure. The military was definitely here. And this is kind of, you would all know, the first checkpoint that visitors going up to the fort would have to go through. There's a gate across the road, one of those gates that kind of goes up and down, and the building seems to be a small booth where they controlled the gate from. But the road also, it's off to the side. The road is no longer, the main road out of the city. This is a small road going off to the side that leads into the woods towards the mountain where the fort is located. It's not like anything like super durable, or it's not like a concrete wall with like gated doors and shit. Like, think like you're going into a parking garage. It has like one of those metal, like relatively thick metal gates, except rather than being like one of those like pop up, pop down, it's like a gate across the entirety of the road that opens and closes. Yeah, no, the car would not be able to drive through this. Like, you would need, like, a truck or some kind of large vehicle to drive through this, not a tiny fucking sedan. Like, you could probably smash through it with the car. Well, that would destroy the car, could probably injure anyone who's not buckled in, and you could just as easily climb over the damn thing.
So, like, we see this building coming up, and it's like, where are you going? What's this place over here?
Looks like some kind of checkpoint to me, although what is doing all the way out here, I've got no idea.
You all know that these are the checkpoints leading up to the fort.
Okay.
This is not like some pop-up building. Like, this is an established electronic gate checkpoint.
Okay.
Like, you know that the forest beyond going to the hill, there's probably 5 or 6 miles of forest. And then another, at least along the roads, another 3 or 4 miles of driving and winding around the mountain to reach the fort at the top.
Sure thing. And I take out the tiny light and I flash it towards Josh and the gate.
Do you want to switch lights again? Well, you could have the big one.
That would probably work the best, as I do have the spare batteries for the bigger light.
So I'll switch it, and then like just I don't know. She is waiting for something.
You don't. Well, I will say you don't need to flash the light at the gate. You do have headlights on the car. The headlights are gonna blind out whatever your flashlights do, pointing forward.
While he jumps out,
It's not the type of gate you can like lift with your hands. It's a gate that crosses the entire road, that there is some kind of panel or something inside. Because there does seem to be some kind of electricity left here. The light is still flickering on and off. But this is a type of gate where like there would be a control panel inside where someone would push a button, the gate would unlock in the middle and then swing open, swing back shut a few seconds later, and then lock itself again.
If there's a window, I could jump in and
It seems like there was a door on it at one point on the front. You can see the frame of where the door would have been, but it looks like the door has been ripped off.
That sounds dangerous. Maybe Jane should go, since they know how to work this type of stuff.
It's as simple as pushing a button. It can't be that tough.
Josh, no, I can do it. Okay, I guess she hands him the wrench. But she'll sit in the front seat this time.
Okay. Gabriel, you climb into the front seat.
Seatbelt on.
You put your seatbelt on.
Woo! Safety.
Now that Josh is no longer driving, it would probably be best if someone would be able to drive if they needed to go quickly, is Jane's kind of thought process as he goes into the front, into the driver's seat.
Gabriel's already in the front seat.
Aren't you in the passenger?
Yeah, I assumed you were going into the passenger seat.
No, I'm in the front seat, like the drivers.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. As Jane sees her, he's gonna say,
Yeah, Lilith and Jane, you guys watch as Gabriel climbs back into the front seats, but rather than hopping in the passenger seat, she gets into the driver's seat and buckles herself in.
Gabriel, how long have you been driving?
Gabriel is 16. Gabriel is not old enough to have a license.
I played racing games once. It can't be that hard.
I love you.
I'm a big fan of Need for Speed, guys.
I played Mario Kart and I only fell off Rainbow Road once.
Jane just sighs. She's like, get out, go into the passenger side.
Alright, she'll kind of sigh heavily, slowly unbuckle herself out, and then sit in the passenger.
You're not there. You're out of the car, Josh. I'm sorry. We'll get to you in a second.
And yeah, Jane's gonna get into the driver's seat, buckle his seatbelt, and be prepared to drive in a moment's notice.
Okay. So Jane is in driver's seat, buckled. Gabriel is in the passenger seat, buckled. And Lilith is in
The back.
the
seat.
back, buckled up.
Buckle.
Alright. Josh, you have hopped out of the car, and with the light you were given, slowly made your way over towards the building. Kinda holding the wrench at the ready. You can't hear much other than the wind whipping around you and the snow kind of blowing all over. You make your way over to... At least you're warm because you have a coat. You make your way over to where the door to the station was. And the light continuing to flick on and off. And you look at the controls in front of you. And it looks like there's, an assortment of levers and switches and buttons that probably control a lot of different stuff. But the one that sticks out to you is one large green button and one large red button. Alright, as you press the green button, this is for everyone. Not just Josh. As you press the green button, a loud siren begins to kind of go off this kind of rhythmic kind of pacing. Kind of going from a higher pitch to a lower pitch, as a couple of red lights that were on the sides of the gate but kind of covered in snow a little bit start to go off and spin as the gate latch begins to unhinge. As this is happening, all of you can hear and see this. It is loud, it is noticeable, it is noisy. As this is happening, Josh, the light overhead, the power that it takes to open this gate seems to be too much for what's left of whatever's running this place. The light above your head goes off, and you start to hear growling on the wind. Well, Josh is rolling me 4d6. What is everyone in the car currently doing and thinking?
Oh no.
Why
Oh my
is this
God.
happening?
Oh. Yep. Mhm.
Josh, stop! I'm going to kill him!
Why is it always Josh? Why?
Can I kill him? I'm going to bypass all of my other vice and virtue. I'm going to snap. I'm going to go ape shit.
You can get really mad in character if you have a reason to, but you can't get mad in character for metagame reasons. Of Josh putting all of your candles out. Oh my god. Why Josh? Okay.
Fuck off, Josh.
So, a candle is going out. God, Josh, I don't even know what to do to you at this point.
He dies. It's fine. Don't
I
worry
was
about
gonna
it.
say, like, I think...
Like, we managed to get away because of him, but then he attracts too much attention. It's fine.
Yeah, like, you've put out 3 candles, dude. Like, they've all been bad conflicts. Like, I don't... Let me roll... Fuck. Okay. 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 Fuck, okay. Josh, you immediately begin to sprint back towards the car. Everyone else, you see the light in the building where Josh is go out. And you all now can hear growls from around you as the gate is slowly beginning to open. Josh, as you're running, Lilith, you open the back door to the car, kind of unbuckling yourself and moving over to let Josh in. when he reaches the car. Josh, as you're running, you hear a growl from right behind you. As you turn with the light to try to see what it is, you feel something sharp catch you on the leg. Oh, you're not on the ground. You feel something sharp. Something that feels like claws. Catching on the back of your leg, tearing along kind of the back of your calf. As you kind of stumble and turn, finally sweeping the light across, this shadow kind of fades and fizzles out in front of you. As you kind of stumble, almost tripping, and kind of fall into the car. Lilith, you're reaching over and closing the door behind Josh. Just as the gate kind of finishes opening and the light flickers back on in the station building. Jane, you hit the gas as soon as the gate is most of the way open. After Lilith has slammed the door shut, you just kind of floor the gas, roaring through. The barricades kind of twist and squeal and jam, and you can hear them tearing along the side of the doors, on the side of the car. The driver's side has a big long gash going through it now, where the edge and the point of the gate corner kind of tore through the metal as it kind of stuck into the car a little bit. And you guys drive through the gate into the forest towards the fort. I'm going to move on to our truths. It is going to go, the world is dark, Alex, and then everyone all together.
Fuck! I wasn't even thinking! Okay.
You are all panicking.
Come on, Alex. This truth has to be good.
Or really bad.
Or bad, yeah. Make it worse for us. It's already a terrible situation. Like making that an earthquake hits.
Oh my
That
god,
would be
no.
perfect.
No more Mother Nature. Fuck. Too much Mother Nature. Mother Nature is gonna kill you people first, before the whatever's out there does. These things are true. The world is dark. Alex?
The car will continue driving and working.
Okay, your car did not break down when the corner of the gate carved into the front of the car right next to where the engine is. And everyone on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And we are. And we are fucked.
So we're alive.
Yeah, and you are fucked. Alright, you guys drive through. the gate, heading off into the woods, leaving the growls behind you. Josh, you have multiple long gashes down your calf. They're deep. They're bleeding pretty heavily. The Lilith, it looks like some kind of animal tore into the back of his leg.
It's okay. They didn't eat you. You're fine for now.
You are
What if it's
bleeding
like the-
heavily.
This is bullshit lying. She's trying to be optimistic.
Lilith's story does not change, Josh. You look down and you see tears and blood on your pants.
It looks like animals, so like, I don't know. Like animal marks.
Does anyone have a knife?
Yeah, Josh is like, please help me. Why is this happening to me?
Does anyone have a knife?
I mean, what are you going to do with a knife?
She kind of has a blank stare on her face. I can cut the edge of my dress and use it as a wrap.
Will all of you quiet down while I'm trying to focus on the fucking road? I can barely see anything. And it's hard
I
enough
should
without all
have
that
drove.
yelling.
We shouldn't. You have one less eye.
Yeah, and I've learned how to deal with it. You're 16. You've never driven.
She's played racing games. Didn't you listen?
Yeah. Bitch. Listen.
Oh my god.
Look, if it's bad enough, we could... Josh could make one final stand and make a sacrifice in order for us to get away.
I'm getting used to the smell of blood at this point, right?
Yeah, none of you really notice it anymore. Laugh sobbing.
Nah, you guys are nowhere near me. I've got all the way to the original Nintendo, where I have the original Mario Bros.
Josh, you are starting to feel a little bit dizzy.
Someone give me a knife now.
Just use this blanket, and I toss my blanket towards her.
Alright, I guess I'm unbuckling and jumping in the back to do CPR at first aid.
Half of this game has been first aid on Josh.
I know! Gabriel is also starting to feel the PTSD.
Nothing some drugs can't help you with. It's fine.
Oh, is Lilith pulling out drugs?
That was a joke.
I was gonna say, technically you're sitting in the seat behind Jane. Jane wouldn't be able to see if you pulled out any drugs. If Lilith is starting to feel that itch, I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, that was an offer. That was like a joke offer to both of them, but like, I don't know. Like, it seems like, Lilith is just like not that helpful. I don't know what Lilith can do. She can try to make him feel better with a song or something. While Miss
Just give him something. Just to shut him up so I can think.
I look at him, I look at her, I'm like, oh, okay.
What do you pull out?
I think the only thing I have that would help him relax would be another joint.
Okay. So yeah, you pull out a second joint, the lighter, passing them over towards Josh and Gabriel.
I light it for him and then pass it to him because he's too fucked up and I don't want him to destroy my lighter.
Okay.
Did we have anything sharp?
I could
No.
have like a knife in my purse, but like
Do
I
you
don't
want a
think-
knife in your purse?
kind of, but like I don't see how. Oh, like what would be a pen knife? It's not going to be like a gigantic like survival knife or anything.
I'm gonna say you guys don't have a knife.
Okay.
The only
But
way you
after
guys
you-
would be able to find a knife would be if someone rolled for a knife.
Just use the shattered glass from the window.
You do have shattered glass from the window.
I will grab it.
Okay.
And then when she grabs it, she's gonna start hacking pieces of her dress, like the bottom of her dress off, and like start using that fabric to wrap around the wounds tightly.
Okay, I thought you were literally gonna like slit his throat with the piece of glass.
I'm not that sadistic yet!
You've legitimately asked me if you could kill his character. You have legitimately asked me if you could kill his character. I was expecting you to slit his throat with the glass.
Yeah, I'm
I
kind
never
of.
said that I was putting the glass shard away.
I mean, I'm kind of getting what the troubling rumor is now.
So, yes, you hack off pieces of your dress. It's difficult. It's a little time consuming. And you manage to tightly tie pieces of your dress around his leg. You don't tie it around his wounds. It's a long gash. The entire lower calf is torn up.
Oh, okay.
But you do,
After I tie,
right above his knee, you manage to tie it tight enough to stop the blood flow to hit the lower portion of his leg. You do manage to tie it into a tourniquet.
holding the glass shard, she'll look at Lilith. I can cut his leg off and stop the blood from escaping.
I don't think a piece of glass will be able to do that. Like, I believe you could try, but like I think you just make a mess and then he'll die.
Oh,
What the hell are you guys talking about?
You're
back
still
there?
conscious, Josh. They're talking about amputating your leg with a piece of glass right now.
No, that's Gabriel talking about that. I'm like, that's not gonna work, Connor.
You are high. You still
Everyone in the
definitely,
party
you still,
except Jane.
yeah, you still definitely notice that Gabriel is talking about trying to amputate your leg in a moving car, though.
So I guess it's time to struggle, and I don't know what Gabriel.
No, but I think I don't
Josh-
know. I think I might be messing up
Josh
my
might be
ideas,
passing, passing out again. Watching his leg get amputated. I don't think you have the medical clearance to do so.
There are a lot of things that qualify me, Jane. I guess she'll wrap the blanket around the wound now. And then
Okay.
she'll hesitate, then crawl back to the front, buckle herself in, and just watch Jane.
Okay.
She is still holding the glass shard, though.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys continue driving forward. Josh, between all of the blood loss and the pain and the smoking, you eventually pass out in the back seat. Lilith, you reach over and take kind of just kind of like half a joint left, kind of has some like blood smeared all over it. You kind of reach over and take it and finish it off.
Yeah. Can't let it go to waste.
Amen.
God. This is terrible.
It is. It's just terribly wonderful.
You're all gonna die horribly. So, you guys continue driving. Who was it that, Jane, you gave the blanket to them?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to roll me 3d6 due to the cold.
Yay. Yay.
Yay!
Stop!
I guess that scene's over now. 2 candles left.
Okay. Good idea of how we'll do this.
I would like to add that we're all gonna die.
Yeah, that was a given. Let's update your dice pool here with down
So
from
close,
5.
but so far away.
Alright, you guys continue driving. Jane, as you're driving along, you are starting to feel colder and colder and colder. The heating in the car isn't really taking, it's not sticking, because the back window of this car has been shot out and shattered. Excuse me. And you're noticing it's getting kind of hard to drive and keep the car straight. Your fingers and arms are slowly starting to kind of go numb. As it's kind of getting hard to really bend them and kind of move. It's hard to stop yourself from shivering as you guys continue to drive along. Gabriel, did you buckle back in when you climbed into the front seat?
I don't remember if I said so or not.
But would you have? When you have like this staring at this dude with the bloody piece of glass.
Yeah, I don't remember if you said if you did or not.
I don't remember.
Does anyone else remember?
No, I'm just asking if like that's something that you would do in that moment.
I don't think she ever brought it up.
Okay. Yeah, you climb in the front seat. You see it first, Gabriel. As Gray, you're shaking, kind of alternating between bringing each hand up, and blowing into your hands and trying to hold them in front of the heating vents, even though it's kind of costing you a little bit of precision on your driving. Gabriel, you notice his situation first. You're also the first one to notice a second gate closed and in front of the car. As Josh, you finish managing to round the bend as you look up and see the gate about 10 feet in front of the car and quickly closing in. As you slam on the brakes, you feel the anti-lock brakes start to pump and rattle as the car slams into the barrier. The car jerks to just this immediate stop as the front end kind of caves in a little bit. Lilith and Jane, you were both buckled in, correct?
Yes, I definitely specified that I was buckled in.
I believe you were both buckled in. You both get caught by your seatbelts and kind of just jerk forward. Josh, you are still kind of lying across the back seat. You are held slightly in place, just due to the fact that you're partially lying across Lilith. But you slam into the front seats. Smashing your other knee into the front console, probably bruising it to a fairly large degree. Not the leg that has the tourniquet on it, the other leg. Oh no, you guys weren't going fast enough to Superman anyone out a window.
I'm gonna survive!
Gabriel.
Fuck!
You see the barrier coming and have a quick second to try to brace yourself, kind of with your legs and your hand. But you're still, as the car smashes in and comes to a halt, not being buckled in, you slam forward into the front dashboard of the car. Your head kind of slamming into the side of your head, slamming into it. You are knocked unconscious and concussed due to the blow to the head. And as your body, you're holding that piece of glass. As your body as well slams into that front console area, the piece of glass embeds itself in your shoulder. Apt timing music. So we have two truths left. The first one is the world is dark. The second one is everyone together. These things are true. The world is dark. And on 3, 1, 2, 3.
We are alive.
And we are alive.
For now.
Yeah, for the moment.
We're so fucked. We're so fucked.
This game session, folks, will not be making it to the 6 o'clock.
Yup.
Your
All right.
your nurse in training is now unconscious. Good luck, everyone.
Your nurse in
Rule
training
number-
also has a large shard of glass embedded a good 2 to 3 inches into her shoulder.
Rule number 1 of a party: always keep the healer alive.
Yeah, this has been a bad fucking time for Josh. Josh is having a rough day.
And Lilith has just been high. And is just like trying to be optimistic, and just like all these bad things are happening around her.
Yeah, I would say at this
Like-
point, Lilith is like just a mix of just drugged the fuck out. Like, you are coked out, you've been taking your pills, you've been smoking, like... Lilith is a bottle of vodka away from not being panicked anymore, but, like, is still just drugged out and kind of, like, PTSD, like, what the fuck is going on today? But yes, we will pick up as the car crashes. Josh, you smash your knee. Alex, you are knocked unconscious and bleeding profusely out of your shoulder, where a piece of glass is now embedded in you. Jane, you got caught. Probably going to have some pretty bad bruising, maybe a little bit of whiplash. Devil, you probably in about the same state.
Okay.
You guys both got caught by your seatbelt, so, you know, bruising across the chest, minorly, because you weren't going super fast. You know, maybe minor whiplash, because you guys weren't expecting it. But the car is no longer running. And Jane, you are still freezing cold.
First thing I do, I search around for the flashlight.
Okay, as you're kind of shivering and reaching around, you manage to grab a flashlight, but first you reach out, just kind of like with your left hand because it's in reach to grab the light, and you can't. You aren't able to close your fingers. You quickly reach out with your other hand and grab the light, and kind of with a little bit of difficulty, but you flick it on. And one of the first thing you notice is that your left hand is starting to kind of have this bluish, purplish tinge to it.
Upon seeing this, he's gonna go towards Josh and take Josh's coat.
I mean, you don't need to go anywhere to do that. You just turn around and take his coat.
And I tell him, look, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're gonna live much longer, and at this point, it's just survival of the fittest. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's bruised, but it's not like your knee is, like, smashed and, like, inoperable. That being said, you're not really using one of your legs right now. Like, it's tourniqueted to prevent you from bleeding out.
So there's not much we can do for either of these two people that are just disabled right now.
I mean, if we try to bring them along with us, we'll just be slowed down and we'll probably die. Unfortunately, I think the best choice right now is just to leave them and make our way to Fort Victor by ourselves. If we can get there in time, we can send out help to go get them, if they are still alive.
Yeah. Um.
As you guys are discussing this, very lightly, almost feels like the car shakes a little bit, and you hear
Oh,
a
no.
dull thud off in the distance. Sounds like it was coming from back where you were just driving down.
Yeah, I'm going to very quickly take off my seatbelt, put on the coat, and start running towards Fort Victor with my flashlight on.
Okay. Now you have reached the second checkpoint. So, from what you know, there's one more at the end of the forest, like at the other side of the forest, and there is one more partway up the mountain. You're a good 5 miles away.
Lilith, come on, we need to go now.
She sees you, she sees the two people, and she just shakes her head. There's no point. Like we're gonna die at least. at least, and then she like ruffles her purse, like, I'm gonna be fine. Just leave.
Going by myself is nothing more than a death sentence. I need you with me.
You're just going to sacrifice me.
Oh shit!
Look, I don't want to do this as much. I want to do this as much as you do, which is not at all. I don't want to have to leave them behind. But I don't know if you can tell, I'm not exactly the type of person who can carry 2 other people and manage to make it to Fort Victor alive.
You guys, as you've been talking, kind of hear this kind of thud. 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 Each one sounding it's like it's slightly closer than the last one, causing the car to shake a little bit each time. At this point, Gabriel, you wake up with a burning pain in your shoulder, and your head is pounding. You're kind of a little confused and disoriented from the blow and being pretty heavily concussed. You kind of like put your hand on your head and kind of feel a little bit of blood come off. Probably bleeding from someplace after you struck your head. And your right hand feels very wet. And there's a little bit of residual light from the flashlight, and as you kind of look over, you see a large shard of glass you were holding. You see it embedded deep into your shoulder, and just blood running down your arm.
Is anyone near around her?
Yeah, you're in the front seat. Jane is in the driver's seat, still buckled in. Lilith is in the back, still buckled in. And Josh is lying across the back seat. You hear Jane. It sounds like Jane is saying that they need to leave people behind, and it sounds like Lilith is talking about just accepting the end. Yeah, you both notice now that Gabriel is waking up slowly.
Dude, be careful. You're bleeding a lot.
Come on, we need to leave now. Something's coming.
Gabriel's going to shake her left foot, her right arm, and her left arm. Are they moving?
You shake your left foot. Moves fine. You shake your right foot. It moves fine. You shake your left arm. It's kind of sore, but fine. Your head really, really hurts. But when you go to try to shake your right arm, it's a little unresponsive. Like, you're able to move it a little bit, but whether it's the just unbearable pain from having a piece of glass lodged in your shoulder of that arm, or something else. It's hard to move it around.
We can go.
So like, Lilith looks not frustrated, but like torn, I guess is the right word. And because like before, it was just they were all paralyzed. That the only one up was this dude. But like, Gabrielle is up and seems to be functional, but she's bleeding like real quick. She's like, if you go now, you're not gonna make it, and he's just going to leave us.
As you guys are continuing to talk, the thuds are getting... Josh. As you guys are continuing to talk, the thuds are growing louder and closer and a little bit closer together. The shaking from each one is getting more and more as you hear Josh say to tell him a joke.
Look, if you guys want to stay here and die, then that's on you. But if you want to survive and get to Fort Victor, we need to go now.
I'll go, but I think I might bleed out.
You guys continue to hear Josh asking to be told a joke so that he can die laughing.
You got no time for jokes here, boy.
Oh my god.
Lilith, turns to Josh. Is like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know any jokes.
Dies with a frown.
Well, Lilith goes, if we're going now. And then she opens the door.
You guys are gonna head out?
Like, Gabriel's gonna try, so like she's gonna stay with her.
Jane is going to tell Gabriel, hold on, this is going to hurt a lot, but I think I have a way to stop your bleeding.
How?
Without even telling Gabriel, Josh is going to pull out that shard of glass wedged in her shoulder
That
and use it to tear apart the cushions and get some cloth from the cushions.
Okay.
And Jane is gonna hand Gabriel the cloth and say, use this to staunch the bleeding.
Stop, Josh.
Oh, okay. After she screams loudly, she'll very woozily and kind of sounding out of it will go, a scientist walks into a bar and he says, can I have H2O? And the other doctor comes in and he says, can I have an H2O too? The other one dies. And she'll get out of the car.
Well, first I need Gray to make me a roll. I was distracted by Josh. I need Gray to make me a roll when you're cutting open the cushions.
It was a fail.
Okay. Alright. I was hoping you were going to pass that one, but I am prepared for you to fail it as well. So it's not a huge deal. This is something I've been preparing for a whole game. Gray. You cut open the cushion on the back of your seat and kind of tear it open and kind of reach in and pull out a fistful of the stuffing as you kind of face Gabriel towards you and start stuffing in the cotton and the fabric into her wound to try to staunch it in whatever way you can. Gabriel, you're facing Jane right now. Well, he's doing this. You see kind of, you can't quite tell, is it behind the fabric, the cotton? Is it the fabric and the cotton itself? You're not quite sure. You see that same spider-like set of eyes, that kind of insect-like bunching of eyes from inside the seat. Lilith, you can't see the seat cushion from that angle, so you can't see this. Josh, Lilith, you're sitting behind the seat, so you really can't see this. Josh, you can't see it from the angle, so you can't see this. Until you both start to notice shadows moving. Jane, you still don't notice this. Gabriel can see the whole thing clearly. You see the cotton and the cloth slowly dye itself black and turn into these long legs as one after the other slowly, kind of insect-like legs.
Does Jane see this or no?
Jane is not facing that direction. Yeah, Daddy Longlegs style legs, except like if a Daddy Longlegs just took a lifetime of growth hormones and became the size of a small 5-year-old child. As the cloth and the cotton transforms into this large spider that kind of pulls itself out behind Jane and crawls onto the front dashboard as another one begins to emerge and starts to reach out towards Jane. And there is one candle left. I will do the truth for the end of the scene. No, I'm imagining the spider. Daddy long legs, Josh. Except these daddy long legs are like the size of a small 5-year-old child. Right. These things are true. And just after I say it, everyone just go ahead and say we are alive again, because technically you are still alive. There's just no candle for the world to be dark is a truth for. Let me actually do it this way. Yeah, it's all one. These things are true. The world is dark.
And we are alive.
For another couple minutes. Okay. The three of you all see these large, pitch black spiders crawling out from the back of this seat cushion. Except for Gray. Except Jane. As the second one out starts to kind of reach a couple of its legs out towards Jane.
Is there any weapon that I can grab? Like, near me?
Not in a quick enough time span. Jane has the glass shard.
She's going to say, Jane, behind you!
Jane turns around and sees the spider thing.
Jane, I am gonna need you to roll me 1d6.
Yeah, I failed.
I don't need to roll my dice.
How badly do I die?
Jane,
Do I get-
you turn around. Not quite sure what Gabriel is talking about. As you turn, this spider seems to be made of shadow. Its two front legs land on you and it quickly climbs up onto you. The rest of you are shocked, in terror, probably screaming bloody murder, except for Josh, who may or may not be paying attention. Kind of assume that Josh as a character is just kind of, yeah, you're laughing, you've accepted death, you're down with this whole thing. Lilith and Gabriel, though, I'm assuming you're both kind of freaked the fuck out by this.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, you guys throw open your doors and get out of the car. Kind of
I
running.
grab a flashlight.
Yeah, you grab one flashlight, the one that Jane had. Lilith, you're still carrying the other flashlight. You guys throw open the doors, and you see the light on the top of the car turn on, and the light kind of spills out, illuminating the area, and illuminating the spiders, the creatures that are now crawling onto Gray, the one that crawled onto the dashboard, or crawling onto Jane. One of them has crawled onto his upper body, another one has crawled onto, like, his head. Another one, a third and a fourth one are pulling themselves out still from the seat cushion. As you see one of the spiders stop briefly and kind of almost look at you as this kind of out of nowhere, this kind of torn and jagged opening appears kind of on the lower part of its head body. You assume it's its mouth, except it kind of is red, unlike the pitch black of everything else. Same kind of red as the eyes. And there's just this jagged kind of levels of teeth. And it just almost seems to smile at you for a second, completely ignoring the light and biting down into Jane's throat as more of these spiders begin to crawl out. Josh, I'm gonna need you to make a roll. Yeah, Gray, you're swinging wildly, but they've already overtaken you. As the first one bites and tears into your throat, you're gone. And you kind of sink down and they bury you and consume you. Josh, around you, the seat begins to squirm a little bit. And you kind of notice the seat itself is kind of developing into this mass of small, tiny spiders that start to climb over you and suck you down into the seat as you vanish. As Gabriel and Lilith, with the flashlights on the car, the headlights now out, you watch, kind of in horror, as the car melts away into this swarming mass of spiders, and large ones, small ones, all of them seeming to grin at you as you shine your lights on them. A couple of large dog-like forms seem to kind of rise up out of it. Kind of the shadow as well. Whatever car you were traveling in seems to have been one of them in disguise. There is no trace of Gray or Josh left as you both turn in terror and take off as fast as you can into the darkness down the road.
All right.
I'm too much in shock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you guys have role-play now. I know 2 characters just died back to back.
I know exactly what Josh's brink is now.
I guess she's holding Lilith's hand as they run.
Josh's brink is liking country music. Sorry, what were you guys doing again? Running in terror down the dark road?
Yeah, running while holding hands, trying to get to the gate before the things get to us.
Okay. And you guys take off into the darkness. It doesn't look like whatever it was from before is following you. The spiders and the dogs just sit there watching as you run into the darkness. Get a little ways, you run. You've run for probably 2 or 3 minutes now without stopping. Your lungs are burning from exhaustion, from the cold. You can feel that it's been getting colder slowly. Icicles have started to form on your eyebrows, your nose, around your mouths. Your skin is slowly starting to go numb as you run. You both are brought to a halt as the ground beneath you shakes kind of heavily. Both of you kind of stumbling and tripping over onto the ground as a large tree in front of you kind of crashes down, and this large figure standing a good 25 feet tall, this kind of amorphous shape kind of looms over you out of the woods.
I reach and I kind of want to just take the Coke and just be like, fuck it. So it's just a gigantic creature that knocked down a tree in front of us. Nothing else is following us, just this creature, and it's in the way of us getting to the fort.
Yeah, if you guys are... And I'll get rid of this in a second, but if you guys are like that, say,
Uh-huh.
and you guys are like there, the tree fell like there, and the creature is like right here, kind of like just off the side of the road, walking onto it in front of you.
Okay. So I look to Gabriel and I'm saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't I couldn't help you.
Don't apologize. It was meant to be.
Are you gonna both just like sit there and wait for death?
I mean, it's 20 feet tall. What are we going to fucking do? I can't move. I can barely move my right arm. I'm heavily concussed. She's fucked up.
You're on drugs.
Okay, you know what? You know what? We'll humor you. Gabriel will grab her hand and she'll run. So if the creature... Alright, I'm trying to explain it in a way that you can kind of understand. So if the creature is on the right side of the road, Gabriel is going to take Lilith and then run the left side and curve. But if it's on the left side, she's going to run on the right side.
Okay,
It's whatever side he's opposite of.
It's on the right side, you'll run to the left side.
Yep, that's what she's doing.
Okay.
She's in front, kind of dragging her.
Okay. You guys reach the tree, kind of trying to leap over it. as you both kind of run and step on the tree and push off. This thing reaches down towards you both. Lands just a little bit behind you. Kind of, as you both run, kind of blown off your feet by the kind of wave of air from just the force of this impact, as it essentially shatters the tree that its arm and fist landed on. If you can call it an arm and a fist, it's kind of more like this massive form just kind of had an appendage grow and slam kind of right behind where you were. And you guys continue running off into the darkness. Lilith, you're being dragged by Gabriel, and as you guys start to get a distance away, you notice this thing kind of shifts forward. But its movement it's very foreign in the way it moves. Rather than stepping or walking like a normal creature, it's almost like the lower part of its body kind of moves forward and the top part kind of snaps to it, creating this kind of shockwave that shakes the ground. It covers just a long stretch of distance, almost catching up with you guys in this one, for lack of a better term, step.
Yeah.
This one slide. As it moves up again, kind of in the same way, sliding and kind of appearing with that shaking of the earth again right next to you guys. As its arm swings forward, its appendage appears again and kind of swings forward, knocking both of you off of your feet and kind of into the brush on the side of the road. Gabriel, as you land on the side of the road, you feel as if something thick and heavy is wrapped around one of your ankles. And as you kind of turn and point your flashlight, you see kind of a much thinner version of one of those appendages that grew out, kind of, again, grown out, but rather than grown out from this main form that you kind of assumed is this thing's main body, it's grown out of the extremity of this appendage that it appeared. And it's wrapped itself around your ankle and is slowly starting to cover your foot. As you feel it kind of jerk and start tugging you backwards. Back onto the road, back towards this creature.
Could she start, like, kicking at it, like, with her other foot, kind of
Yeah.
trying to get it off her foot?
Yeah.
You start to kick at it. Go ahead and roll me a die.
She still has her hope die, so...
Yes, she does. But I need that rolled separately. Okay, and go ahead and roll your hope.
Oh! I technically made it!
You did. You did succeed. You're kicking and kicking. You finally manage to loosen it a little bit. Just, you're forcing it down, and it's still covering your foot, but it's no longer covering your ankle, and you quickly slip your foot out of your shoe as this thing, without the resistance of your body weight there anymore, quickly snaps back to this creature. Your shoe nowhere to be seen as you... What do? You're on the ground, you were just getting dragged back, you've managed to kick this thing free.
Very quickly looking around, can I find Lilith?
Yeah, Lilith is probably 7 or 8 feet away from you, on the ground.
Backwards or forwards?
You both got knocked off, kinda just off the road, into the trees, on the same side of the road.
Is she making any noise, or would she have been?
Lilith, are you making any noise?
If I'm conscious, that I'm like groaning in pain.
You're not unconscious?
And, like, okay, and then I'm like, I'm twitching, and I'm assuming that hurt a lot.
It did hurt a lot.
She's like reaching into her pocket and pulls out a thing filled with white powder.
Okay.
And she's just like trying to get one last thing to numb the pain before this monster just like destroys her.
Yeah, and Gabriel, you see Lilith lying off to the side, kind of struggling a little bit, groaning, and kind of rolling into a sitting position. And you watch as Lilith pulls this container full of white powder out and just kind of unscrews the cap, putting it up to her face and just kind of inhaling deeply. Devil, I need you to roll me 1d6.
Okay.
You are delaying the inevitable. Just accept.
Oh my god.
Lilith, no!
Lilith, you inhale deeply. You can feel just kind of this rush and this buzz kind of cover your body. You're numb, but you can feel something lightly trickling out of your nose. Gabriel, as Lilith's head lifts back up, you see a start of a nosebleed starting to run down, and this kind of white powder. You've started making your way over towards her, this white powder kind of dusting underneath Lilith's nose as Lilith bends back down. You can see Lilith just kind of inhale deeply again, just kind of bringing the container up with her as she's inhaling as much as she can before she kind of starts twitching and drops the container. And kind of, you see her eyes roll back in her head as there's now blood running from both her nostrils down her face as she kind of falls over and is just continuing to twitch and jerk before, just kind of with her eyes rolled back, stops moving.
I'm suffering.
Lilith, yeah, you just overdosed and died on cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking way to go! I guess I'm still running, sadly.
Yeah, you just watched Lilith overdose on something, and yeah, don't do drugs, kids. There's a great fucking lesson for you. You just watched Lilith overdose on cocaine. as this creature is confused and seems to start to shift over towards your direction again.
I'm going to continue running. Yeah, I'm going to continue running.
Alright. Are you running down the road? Are you running off into the woods?
Yeah, I'll go into the woods.
Okay. Gabriel, you run off into the woods, now alone. As you run, you have no idea what direction you're heading in as the cold bites down into you. Your body is continuing to go numb. The cold is so thick now that you almost feel like your nose is frozen. You can't breathe. You can only breathe raggedly now through your mouth. Each breath accompanied by a sharp pain, as it feels like your lungs are slowly freezing. You hear the occasional shake, the occasional fall of a tree somewhere, the occasional growl from the darkness around you as you're no longer even able to really raise your arm, kind of just lean your shoulder against a tree, feeling a little tired. Almost like this is a really comfy place to just kind of lean and rest for a while. I need you to roll me 1d6.
Alright. Alright. Do I get 2 or just 1?
You get 2. Your pool is 1d6. You still have your hope die, but again, that needs to just be rolled separately.
Holy shit!
Okay. Fuck. Gabriel, you are resting. You kind of feel yourself start to slowly drift and slowly nod off before kind of biting down on your lip. You can kind of feel a numb pain. You probably bit a piece of your lip off. But it's so cold that you hardly even notice at this point. The blood will probably freeze pretty quickly anyways. The cold has been getting thicker and deeper and worse as you've been going. As you hear the growls in the dark slowly getting closer, you kind of pick yourself up and continue running. Running for another few minutes before, off to the side in one direction, you can hear kind of the bubbling of water. Sounds like a brook.
Yeah, I'll go over to it.
Okay. It takes you about 10 minutes of walking to reach where this... You get closer, it looks like a pretty deep brook in the woods is. Almost more like a small river than a brook. You don't really have much of a choice if you head over towards it or not, as you notice as you're walking, the growling and the noises you hear coming from the woods around you almost seem to be coming from directions to herd you over here. As you finally reach the edge of a small bank that is not particularly wide, but is relatively tall, steeply dropping a good 6 feet to where the water is. You get the feeling that if you fall in, you're probably not going to be able to get back out. It's almost a miracle, you think, that this water is still even running with how cold it is.
And the growls are closing in on me.
The growls are slowly closing in towards you.
I guess. I imagine she's not thinking clearly anymore. She does the sign of a cross. She goes, "I'm so sorry, Lord. I failed you. I shouldn't have sacrificed them. This is you getting back to me. I'm so sorry." And with that, she'll jump off. Or she'll kind of fall back.
Okay.
Hoping to maybe live, but probably I'm going to die.
Gabriel, do you want to roll me those dice again?
Of course, my good sir.
Unless Gabriel is just accepting death.
You know what? This is kind of fun. Can I reuse my jittery?
First, roll me your hope die.
What the fuck?
Okay. You may
Die.
use jittery.
Do I even need to explain?
Nope.
Alright, 3.
Okay. Well, Gabriel, you fall backwards, waiting for close your eyes and just lean back. You kind of, again, you do that sign of the cross and you just kind of spread your arms as you just fall backwards, waiting for what you only assume is going to be ice cold water to wrap around you. As you fall and fall and the next thing you feel is a sharp pain kind of around your neck. As you land, and I mean, it hurts. You land pretty hard, kind of essentially on the back of your neck. The worst that really,
Oh, yeah, I know.
the worst that really happens is a lot of torn skin and bruising. But you feel like you're on kind of an icy, snowy road.
She first opens her eyes and she's like, "What? She's thinking, why the fuck am I not dead yet? But she'll kind of sit up.
As you open your eyes, the flashlight is still in your hand. As you open your eyes and kind of start to try to get your bearings and raise the flashlight, you see kind of just above you that same kind of jagged, crooked, grinny looking mouth? Question mark? Like, I'm trying to think of a good way to really describe how this thing looks. If I go to freehand, it's like, I'll draw these on the bottom, but like, oh shit, I want freehand. Like if a normal smile is like, and this is just the shittiest drawing anyway, so it's gonna be creepy as fuck anyways. If a normal smile is like that, this thing is like...
Like a Cheshire cat kind of smile.
Yeah, except like it's like rows of teeth on like each of these little planes. It has its own like offset individual row of teeth, some more towards the front, some more towards the back. Like down where you would think there would be like a throat. It has a very angular feel to it. And as you open your eyes and kind of bring your light up, as you're just kind of on your back looking up at the sky, you can see this grin with the massive eyes above it as it kind of shimmers out. As you kind of raise your head up and look around, shining the light, you seem to be outside of a large wooden door on the road. The door seems to have been partially opened. It's like a large double door. One of them has been partially opened inwards. The other one is half torn down. And on either side there are large walls that rise up. And you recognize this as Fort Victor.
What the fuck? Okay, I imagine at this point she's kind of like half mumbling to herself, but she'll kind of just stand up and slowly walk over and open the door.
As you push open the door, where there would normally be a road continuing in, there is simply a curtain of darkness. And you see just little specks of red slowly start to form and grow bigger, growing into that mass of eyes before disappearing again. And the darkness fades, revealing what you would normally expect to see going into Fort Victor, with just a road moving into a large open complex.
I imagine with what little voice she has left when she enters, she'll just go, could she still yell at this point?
Hoarsely.
She's just like, help. Is anyone there?
You're gonna call for help and ask if anyone is there?
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, you kind of look around, starting to get your bearings. a little bit more as you continue to kind of limp into the base down the road. As you shine your light around, you can tell that Fort Victor hasn't been a safe haven for a long time. It looks like at one point or another, in some way or another, they managed to get inside. As you look around, you see broken windows on the buildings, doors ripped off their hinges, tents torn open or crushed by rubble thrown vehicles. There are a couple of bodies that you can see, a couple more that you have just brief vision of, but there's no reply to your call. It looks like this is a grave. Like this is no longer a fort, this is a standing graveyard. As you hear the gates slam shut behind you, and as you turn, you watch the door that had been torn partially open mend itself.
Is there a building near me?
Okay, so I'm going to freehand again for this. If you're there, and I'm down at the bottom of the screen, there's a few tents that are torn. It looks like there's a couple that have been crushed and are no longer standing. There's a large building over here that seems to have some, well, you obviously don't know. It has a back wing, but it has a back wing with you. From what you can see, there's a door here, though the main entrance is over here. And there's a couple of small buildings here, right up near the wall.
And where am I, sorry?
You're the dot that's slowly growing in the middle of the road.
Alright, I'm going... is there any glass by my foot?
No.
She is going to start... Is there any windows I can see that are broken? Where there's glass?
There are tent windows on both of the two standing tents that seem to be torn up but still standing. There seems to be a window on the backside of this building, and there seem to be long glass windows along the front of this building.
She is going to make her way to the first tent and pull out a shard.
Well, they're not glass windows on the tents.
Oh, okay.
They're tent windows. Like windows that are built onto the tent, like plastic and...
She is going to go over here.
Yeah.
To the window. And pick up a glass shard.
Okay.
And
as you walk over and grab a shard of glass, kind of this all the glass seems to be broken into the inside of the building. There's none of it like lying on the ground outside, but there are still a few shards that look relatively sharp and jaggedly broken in the actual frame of the window itself. So you kind of reach up and kind of manage to wiggle break a piece out, fairly large one, as you quickly kind of just glance your light through the room while you're just trying to see what you're doing to get this glass. You can see more bodies. In fact, you see piles of them. This entire building is packed with bodies, probably filling about half of the building, from floor to ceiling. Some of them are missing limbs, hands, fingers, legs, arms. There's a couple of loose heads kind of sitting right next to the window on the pile, almost like they're looking at you. Kind of just dripping still a little bit from the neck. Everything else kind of crusted over, a little bit of rot and frost starting to bite into it. Just a look of terror written on its face as you manage to break free the piece of glass.
Alright, after seeing those faces, she's going to fix her dress a little bit, sit down against the wall, and without getting too graphic, she's gonna take the sleeve of her jacket off to where her right arm is, where the gash is. And from her elbow to her wrist, she's gonna cut down.
You don't even need to roll for me.
Nope, this is a suicide.
Yeah.
While she's doing this, she's just crying. She doesn't want to die in the hands of them.
Okay. Alex, Gabriel, you sit down, kind of breathing a little heavily, looking at the glass, your arm, and the glass again. And you press the glass down, cutting your hand a little bit, but holding it firmly in place. And cutting deep, right down along the vein, all the way from your elbow to your wrist, the blood quickly starting to flow out as you kind of pull the glass back out, and you're feeling a little bit weaker, a little tired as you cut it just straight down again, kind of losing the strength in your hand, dropping the glass as it shatters on the ground, some of the pieces cutting into the back of your hand as it lands in it, and your other arm cut and torn and bleeding, kind of lying limply at your side as your vision kind of focuses in and out, as you hear footsteps start to walk around from the backside of the building. And in the last little bits of vision you have, you see a human figure walk out from around the corner. As you kind of lift your head, as your eyes are starting to flutter shut, you look up and kind of... He picks up your light, kind of looking it over. The light kind of bouncing across his form a couple times before he shatters it. You see this figure is pitch black, looking down on you with this broken, jagged smile on his face, massive, red, glowing insect eyes, where normal human eyes would be. And as you fade out, he reaches down and kind of grabs the back of your jacket as he starts to drag you off into the darkness. And that is the end of our story.
Sorry to turn a suicide on y'all.
It's fine. I basically did the same thing.
Yeah.
Except for mine was more like, oh well.
Quite a dark ending to that one, but we did actually end up going till just about the 6 o'clock time. We're 7 minutes ahead of schedule. But guys, I do really quickly want to thank everyone who did watch. I hope everyone watching did enjoy the story, did enjoy the full game of 10 Candles that we played. If you didn't manage to catch last week's part 1, which is the first 3 candles, it is up as a video recording on Twitch. It is going to be released out onto YouTube once I manage to get a chance to render the 2 halves together. Because we did suffer from a little bit of connection issue during that first stream. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Really, if you guys enjoyed this, then that is really kind of the most important thing, both to the viewers and to the players, because this was kind of our joint gaming group Discord channel kind of Halloween gaming session. For me, it was kind of an honor, really, to be able to get together with everyone and run you all through this game. I hope you all enjoyed the story that was told. For everyone who is watching, I am going to really quickly here throw us over to the coming and going screen for everyone on the Twitch side. And I'm going to really quickly take a look at who I can send everyone over to go watch. And you know what? I think because we are doing because we are doing RPGs right now. I'm going to send everyone over to Mostly Eric again. Actually, you know what? We went to see Mostly Eric last time. And I do know he is on West Coast time, because he's out in California, I believe. So he might still be on later. So I might host him later, because we'll be back on again later tonight. Actually, no, we're not going to be on tonight, because we're going to be doing Session 0 that's starting next week. You know what? Sorry. Be sending you guys over to Vanna another time. I am going to send us over to raid Mostly Eric. Dude is really cool. Really awesome kind of up-and-coming GM and variety tabletop player over on channels like Saving Throw Show. I know he has an up-and-coming project that he's going to be GMing for over on over on Hyper RPG. He also did a D&D 5th edition game that you guys can go check out that is finished. Again, over on Saving Throw Show. But guys, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to raid him. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. This has been such an awesome experience. Not just for myself, but I hope for everyone else in the group as well. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, same time as we normally are for the PTU. We're going to be finishing up our game of 10 Candles. If we have time, we will be doing PTU as well tomorrow. But guys, again, I can't say it enough, but thank you for tuning in and watching. I'll send you over to Mostly Eric now, and we'll see you next time.